Hello, 13th jurors. Good morning. We are going basically straight into it because they started a little bit earlier this morning. This is day 2 of Richard Merritt, the Disbarred, Georgia attorney on trial for the murder of his mom. Good morning. Good morning. This is DeKalb Superior Judge Courtney Johnson on the bench. While they're still getting set up, congratulations to our first in chat, Cajun Kool-Aid. You get your imaginary throne that doesn't exist. Congratulations to you. We have Portland Trailblazers TV was second in chat. You get your imaginary stool. I'll give these out at lunch. And 80s Music Man, you get your imaginary beanbag for being third in chat. So welcome to y'all. Welcome. Glad that y'all are here chatting with us. This judge looks like she's already had it for the day. Friday, yes. Yes, there's imaginary furniture that we give out in the very beginning. So for those of y'all who are just joining us, I don't want to interrupt court too much, but you'll see them. I'll give them out at lunch.
Yes.
Good morning, Lisa Wilmot. Good morning. Yeah, she looks like she's over it already, but it's Friday. Yes, Gail Pet. Thank goodness I am back in my own little spot today. Not sitting on the floor or on the side of the bed in my mom's guest room, trying to work from my little bitty laptop. Oh, Tammy, so sorry to hear that. Sending all the good vibes and well wishes your way. I hope that I'm glad you'll be lurking with us. I hope everything gets better soon. Good morning, Lexa. Morning, Leah SM. Morning, Eileen S. French fry. Dinah Doe 420. Good morning. Hi, Lisa Wilmot. Every time I see Lisa Wilmot, I want to say hi, Puppet. Yes, Ritz, I do too. I love this judge. I think she's awesome. Good morning, Sandy. Good morning, Michelle Phillips from North Carolina. Hi, 80s. Congrats on your beanbag. So far, so good, but they're still working on it for the other floors, so we'll see how it goes today. Hi, Janine. This is day 2 of trial. We had opening statements yesterday, and they went through their
so he's here now.
Too.
Are we ready to get started?
Yes.
Virginia Little, you're in green. Hello. Morning, Jimmy. Good morning, William. Hello to the UK. Hello, West Valley, Utah. Hello. Kelly Bobelli. I'm Melissa Dotson. Virginia, so far so good. They're still working on it. So on other floors in the building. So fingers crossed. So far so good. Good morning, Sharon Ken Sharp, Oregon Coast. Hello, Albuquerque. I love when y'all all tell me where you're at. We have people all over the world joining us. I love that. I think that's so cool. Hi, Miss Carol. Welcome. Deneen, me too, but he's awesome. I cannot wait to see his thing today with Dr. G talking about Zachariah Anderson. I will be on his replay crew as soon as we're done here. I can't wait.
You want me to be seated? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready to continue on with the testimony. The state will call its next witness.
The state calls Steve Queen.
Hi, Puerto Rico. Hammond, Indiana. I'm in Florida too. Yeah, the microphones in this courtroom are weird, and you can hear everything banging around, but you can't hear the attorneys when they're walking around.
I do. Yes, it's Steve Queen. First name Steve, Steve, last name Queen, Queen.
We have two Mr. Queens in court this morning.
Sorry about that, Your Honor.
Mr. Queen, how are you employed?
I'm employed with CSRA Probation Services.
What does CSRA do?
We're a misdemeanor probation service provider, and we also provide electronic monitoring services for various courts and agencies across the state.
Do you provide, or have you provided services, electronic monitoring services for the Cobb County courts?
Yes, at one point in time, we were under contract with Cobb County Magistrate Court to provide electronic monitoring for bond supervision cases, working with their pretrial services division.
Okay, and were you all working in that capacity back in 2019?
Correct.
How do you monitor individuals who are out on bond or under court order?
Typically in that particular location, we did so with a GPS ankle monitor that's secured around the offender's ankle.
And I just realized, I think some of these witnesses are these jurors and have a hard time seeing them, so I'm going to back this up a little bit. We'll use it in a few minutes here. Okay.
Sorry, Virginia, work gets in the way.
Right. Can you explain to the jurors how an ankle monitor works?
Sure. There is a GPS ankle monitor, which is attached via a rubberized strap around the offender's ankle. Because of the curvature of of an ankle is attached tight enough to where it cannot be slipped off. And that GPS device contains a SIM card, which communicates information about the GPS location of the ankle monitor through the cell network, and it has a GPS tracking dot in it. There are multiple satellites that circle the globe, military and commercial satellites, and they're always pinging GPS locations on the globe. That device is set up with a specific unique number that identifies that GPS dot inside that device, just like any other common device in a car, cell phone, et cetera. And when there is a triangulation of enough satellites, typically the minimum is between 6, and I've seen it as many as 12, then you get a GPS location on the globe.
So are you able to determine the location of someone who's wearing one of your ankle monitors?
Yes.
Do you use any particular software system?
Yes, the particular manufacturer of the ankle monitor in question in this case was a company called Attenti at that time.
Can you spell that for the court reporter, please?
Sure can. Attenti.
And I'm sorry, you can continue about Attenti.
And they have a case management software system that we use, and it basically retrieves the information from the ankle monitors and converts it into a case management system that we can view and review.
Do you have to be at a particular office or at a particular computer to see the GPS location of an ankle monitor?
No, it's a web-based system, so you can access it from any laptop computer, and they also have a smartphone app, which I use frequently.
And what happens when an individual removes an ankle monitor?
The device has a couple of different tamper detection features on it. As I indicated, the rubberized strap comes from one end of the ankle monitor, circles around their ankle, and is attached to the other side by plastic connections. The only way to remove it is to either cut the strap or to break those connections. When that's done, there's a fiber optic strand that runs through the middle of that rubberized strap. So basically one side of the ankle monitor is shooting out a beam of light that's picked up by that fiber optic strand. It goes in a circle, picked up by the other. So there's just hands off and receives in a circle, in a circuit, so to speak. So when that connection is cut, that is severed, or when the plastic connections are broken, that is severed. And the ankle monitor knows that information and sends that data to the system via cell connection.
Does it send that data immediately?
It takes about 90 seconds for me to receive it once it occurs.
All right. What was your relationship with Richard Merritt?
I was handling his ankle monitor case for Cobb County Pretrial Services.
Okay, and did you ever meet with him?
I think there may be an occasion that I might have. I can't recall exactly, but I was aware of his case and had spoken with him on the phone about various matters.
Okay, and was he wearing one of your ankle monitors after he was sentenced by the Cobb County Superior Court on January 18th of 2019 until February 1st of 2019?
Yes, he was.
Do you know what the conditions were of his Cobb County sentence when he was sentenced on January 18th of 2019?
I received a telephone call from his pretrial services officer. I think it was that Monday of that week, and she advised me that.
Mr. Queen, you can't tell us what she said, but you can tell us what you did as a result of what she may have told you.
Okay.
Let me ask the question again. Were you aware of the conditions of his sentence in terms of your involvement?
Yes, my understanding was that he had been sentenced and he was to turn himself into the Cobb County Jail by that following Friday at 5 p.m. And he was to wear his ankle monitor until he did so.
That's crazy that it alerts them within 90 seconds when he cuts it off. That's crazy. Yeah, to somebody who said Apple make the next one, they already kind of do. As much testimony as we get from Apple products in all these trials. It's already like a monitoring device. You just don't have to cut it off.
Here we go. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has previously been admitted as
I'm not
State's
sure.
Exhibit 2. This is the Cobb County sentence. Looking at that, is that the condition of his sentence that you were aware of?
Yes.
I think he probably will.
And what does it say at the top of this page here? The highlighted portion?
From the entry of this sentence until defendant reports to the jail on February 1st, 2019, as described above, defendant shall continue to comply with all the conditions of his bond order and his pretrial release requirements, including wearing his ankle monitor.
Did you personally install the monitor on the defendant?
No, that was another individual that went to the Cobb County Jail to do so in March of 2018, I believe.
Okay. And after he entered his guilty plea, can you describe that, how somebody else was, when he was originally bonded out the previous year, was CSRA involved in monitoring him?
Not at that time. That was another provider that transitioned over us just a couple of months after that, a few months after that.
Did you take over the monitoring at some point?
Yes,
Okay. And did you personally monitor his particular ankle monitor?
yes.
What were the parameters of the defendant's conditions of his sentence and bond? Did he have any kind of curfew?
He did, as I recall, he had a curfew from 5 p.m. in the evening to 8 a.m. in the morning that he had to be at his home residence in Stone Mountain.
All right. And do you know the address where he was living?
Planters Row or Planters Walk in Stone Mountain.
Do you know who he was living with?
He lived with his mother, Shirley Merritt.
Okay. And during the time that you monitored the defendant, was he generally compliant?
Yes.
Did you ever speak with Shirley Merritt during the course of your monitoring the defendant?
We had Miss Merritt's cell phone number in our records, and I think there was a time I was trying to contact Mr. Merritt, and I called and spoke to her, and she might have relayed a message, but that would have been my only time. It was not a frequent interaction.
Right. And were you aware that a condition of the defendant's sentence was to turn himself into the Cobb County Jail on February 1st, 2019 by 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you make any specific efforts to monitor him that day, the day he was supposed to report to the Cobb County Jail?
I made a mental note that I needed to be sure at 5 o'clock to check his GPS location just to ensure that he was at the Cobb County Jail. If not, I needed to contact pretrial services.
Okay. And were you monitoring him through your cell phone?
Yes, through the smartphone app that gives us access to that information.
Did the defendant turn himself in as ordered?
No.
Can you describe just what you recall happening that day?
Sure. It was about 4 o'clock on that afternoon, and I received what's called a strap alert on my cell phone via text. And that's an alert that tells me that an offender's strap has been compromised in some kind of way. So at the time, I was pulling up to the daycare to pick up my children that afternoon. So I sat there in my truck and I pulled up the app and I looked at his GPS location and I saw that he was not in Merritt at the Cobb County Jail. He was actually at a location off of Interstate 75 in White, Georgia, just north of Cartersville, where I live.
Wow. This was February 1st and 2nd of 2018. 19 is what he's talking about now, when he was supposed to turn himself in. Yeah, the
Did
liabilities.
you obtain the attendee records for the defendant's ankle monitor for the day of February 1st of 2019?
Yes, I'd been requested by Lance Cross with the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office, as well as Lieutenant Keith McQuinlan with the DeKalb County Police Department, to review his GPS records and provide those to them.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibits 51 and State Exhibit 52 via the business record exception. This is the attendee records, including the map that was provided by attendee showing
Yes.
the defendant's
Same time.
ankle monitor whereabouts the day of February 1st, 2019.
Any objection?
No objection to 51.
Admitted.
And did you personally also make a timeline of the events that day?
Yes, at Mr. Cross's request, I've developed just a brief timeline of that day.
All right, I'm going to show you
Locations.
State's Exhibit 50. Can you explain to the jury what this is?
I'm gonna leave the poll up for just another minute if y'all want to vote on whether or not you think we'll take the stand.
Yes, that would be the email that I sent to Detective McQuinlan with the DeKalb County Police Department on the Sunday afternoon based on his request, and it's the timeline of Mr. Merritt's GPS activity on February 1st, 2019.
And did you obtain that timeline from the GPS records that were just admitted into evidence?
Correct. What I did is I pulled up the information, reviewed the GPS locations and the map locations, and basically the times that were associated and the locations that were associated with that activity, and developed this chronology.
Have there been any material alterations or deletions in that timeline that you created?
It looks exactly like what I developed back then.
At this time, I move to admit State's Exhibit 50 into evidence.
If that's an objection, you're saying.
The poll is on YouTube. If you
Content of that document.
look in
In what way?
chat, it should be in there.
There, out of court statement, they are made today to offer proof of the matter that is asserted, which is the date, the time, the location.
This witness just testified that he reviewed the documents that have already been admitted and created the timeline based on that information. So how is that hearsay?
And typically you could testify to what those are, but if the writing is on that paper would be an out of court statement, just meaning for the truth of the matter, so it's just true.
Did you want to respond?
Your Honor, I just think that it's Mr. Queen's own notes that he wrote. He's on the stand and can be cross-examined about that.
I don't understand how the information itself is admissible, but putting it on a map makes it inadmissible.
My objection would be that the conclusions that are within the email are derived from his review of those documents.
Let me see the document.
Seeing the layout of the courtroom now, you kind of understand why it's hard to hear certain areas. And yeah, the diabetes thing that Gigi says, I think that's hilarious. She'll actually be on our show tonight, on the night court show. 8:45, 7:45.
Admit 50 over objection.
On with us. Welcome, Brooke. Hello, hello.
All right, Mr. Queen, I am going to show you
I agree too, Jill.
page 1 of the attendee records, which is State's Exhibit 51. I know it's a little bit hard to see, but this first column that I've highlighted, can you explain to the jury what that shows?
Yes, this is basically out of the case management system, a report that we can generate that'll indicate each GPS location that is taken from the ankle monitor of an offender's that is wearing, and it gives the date and time stamp of that GPS location, the speed, if there is any, if it's in movement, the direction it's heading, the latitude and longitude on the globe, and a geocoded address to that latitude and longitude.
All right. And what is shown in the second and third columns of this record?
As I said, that would be the speed and heading of the ankle monitor if it was in movement.
And is that in miles per hour?
Yes.
And what about this next row, these next two rows? What does that show?
That shows the latitude and longitude points of the GPS location of the ankle monitor at that time.
And finally, what are we looking at here in the last row on the attendee records?
The system will take the latitude and longitude that's indicated there, and then it will match it up to an address that is recorded on the globe.
Mr. Queen, if we look at this first page, the address is listed all the way from the first to the last entry as 1590 Planters Row in Stone Mountain. What is significant about that address?
As I recall, that's the offender's address at the time,
Yes.
his home address.
And back to the first row, which you described as the date and time stamp, is that recorded in Eastern Standard Time or DeKalb County time?
Yes, it is.
All right. What time did the defendant leave home initially? Let me actually go back. We've admitted State's Exhibit 52. What is that?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Joy.
This is a map that the system generates using Google Maps, basically taking the information that's on that report and putting it on a map view so you can visualize it that way.
And what do these green, I know it's hard to see, but they're arrows. What do those green arrows represent?
The green arrows typically indicate the location of the GPS ankle monitor at the time, as well as the direction that it's heading if it's in movement. If they're a circle, that means they're stationary.
And if we look at the top left corner of the exhibit, there is a line of red arrows. What do those represent?
When the arrows or the dots turn red, that means that ankle monitor has some type of alert or violation. And in this case, these red dots indicate that that's when the strap had been severed.
Okay. Was there movement after the strap had been severed?
There was.
Okay. And who was that movement by?
That was me.
I'm going to show the jurors State's Exhibit 52A, which we are going to use as a demonstrative aid. And Mr. Queen, I am going to ask if you would step down from the podium so you can indicate what you're talking about on this exhibit. Is that right? Yes. And you may take the exhibit with you, Exhibit 50, to refer to.
So they have 2 weeks scheduled for this trial, but it's going
Did
fast, so
you
it might be one.
know about any appointments the defendant was to attend the morning of February 1st, 2019? And you know what? I'm actually going to ask you to stand here, and I'm just going to try to speak loudly. All right. Were you aware of any kind of appointments that the defendant had or was planning on attending the morning of February 1st?
On that day or prior to that date, I was not.
Okay. Do you know whether he left the house on Planters Row that morning?
He did at approximately 8 o'clock that morning.
Okay. You could speak into the microphone so we can hear you. What time did he leave the house that morning?
It was approximately 8 o'clock that morning,
Okay.
8 a.m.
Do you have the exact time?
It says here 8 a.m.
Okay. The highlight, what does that indicate? Is that the time that he left the house that morning?
It looks like the departure time or where the address begins to change and it indicates movement.
And do you know where he went? Well, first of all, where is the Planters Row address on this map?
Right here. You can see here what appears like a large blob or a cluster of points. It's when a GPS ankle monitor is on the globe, and when it's displayed on this map, they're basically points sitting right on top of each other. So it creates a big blob. So that indicates a lot of stationary activity.
Okay, and how is it labeled on that map?
Here it's labeled as inclusion. It's cut off here, but home curfew, and it indicates the curfew time that he's allotted. That just helps us when we're reviewing maps to see that quickly and visually.
Just for the record, Mr. Queen is testifying and pointing and indicating to the bottom right corner of the map.
Correct.
All right, and where did he go that morning? If we look at the records, can you tell which direction he went, starting at 8 in the morning?
Based on my review of his activity on that day, he left his home in Stone Mountain and proceeded to Interstate 285 here. And then he proceeds north up Interstate 285 to this area here.
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
To this area there, just north on 285. And at approximately 8:52 a.m. that morning, he arrives at what appears to be a business office location at 5887 Glen Ridge Drive, Sandy Springs. And I determined that by just geocoding the GPS point at that time, just to correlate it to an address.
And did he stay at that location for a while?
He really didn't. He wasn't there very long. When I reviewed his activity, it looked like he was in the parking lot of that particular business at that location. And he departs that location at 9:10, so he was there about 18 minutes, give or take.
Did he head back to the Planters Row location after that?
He did. He took the same route back home.
What time did he arrive at the Planters Row location after that?
He arrives home at 9:38 a.m.
Is that
Thank
the
you, B. Crumbs, for getting the
timestamp that
membership. Thank
highlighted
you.
on the screen?
Yes.
I know it's hard to
Yes.
see, Mr. Queen. All right. Did the defendant remain at that Planters Row location for some period of time?
Yes, he did, for several hours until approximately 2:30 p.m. that afternoon.
Okay, and so between 9:38 and what time did you say?
2:30 p.m.
Did he ever leave that location between those hours?
Not that it's indicated, no.
So this highlighted portion of the attendee records, what does that indicate?
Once again, that indication you can see to the right that it indicates the geocoded address. That's just those GPS points being at that location minute after minute.
Okay, is that the time that he remained at the Planters Row house?
That's correct.
Joy Morris
And
and
what time did you say he left the Planters Row house?
B Pattern were gifted memberships by B Crumb. Thank you so much, B
At
Crumbs.
approximately 2:30 p.m.
And welcome to y'all. New members. Oh, she just
Where did
Because
the
just get to another
defendant
one.
go after he left the location? And do you have a precise time for the time that he left the location?
Gen X Granny, welcome.
Based on my
Gives you a
review, it
membership.
was at 2:35 p.m. that I can verify that he's away from the
That he's
location.
Thank
away.
you.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's typically done by looking at the first GPS point that's outside the residence location and typically on the roadway in travel mode.
Thank you, B Crumbs.
Let me
So kind.
This
Morning. Morning, Miss Behaven.
Attendee record a little bit more closely.
So kind. Thank you. I love our little group. Good morning, Diane. Hello, Canada.
Looking at page 9 of this attendee record a little bit more closely, it says Planters Row until about 2/3 down the page. What is the last timestamp at Planters Row?
The last timestamp noted here is 2:29 p.m.
And then what happens after that?
After that, the unit shows in movement, traveling 11 miles per hour at least.
And what time was that?
And that was at the 2:29.
Good morning.
So that's basically him leaving that location. And the next GPS point is at 2:30 p.m. He's traveling 31 miles an hour, and it shows a different address at 6078 Windsong Way in Stone Mountain.
So can you say for certain that
Morning,
he
Daisy.
left the Planters Row address at approximately 2:29 p.m.?
Correct.
And where did he go? Which direction did he go after that?
At that time from Stone Mountain, he traveled north to the Lilburn Norcross area, coming at a brief stop at 2:34 p.m. at an address at 5429 Old Tucker Road in Stone Mountain. And it looks like he just pulled through the parking lot of that address.
Do you know what that address was?
I didn't make a note at that time. It looked like a business of some sort.
I'm sorry.
As I recall, some type of business.
Okay. And then where did he
Thank
go?
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Then
So
he
kind.
proceeds north again to the Norcross area and arrives at 1602 Indian Trail Road, Lilburn Road in Norcross. And that is a Quick Trip gas station. I actually lived in that area at one time. I know that's what's located there.
Okay. And let's stop right there. What time did the defendant arrive at the Quick Trip gas station at 1602 Indian Trail in Lilburn? Lilburn Road in Norcross?
I have it noted at approximately 2:52 p.m.
And where on the map is that location?
That's going to be generally in this. That's going to be generally in this area right here.
And what
Christine
kind of
Kingsbury was just gifted a membership.
It's a Quick Trip gas station.
And are you personally familiar with
Hi,
that?
Nikki.
Yes, I used to live in that area, so
ZZZ.
I'm familiar with that business there.
And are you aware
Thank you.
that we've obtained surveillance video from that Quick Trip station?
I believe I was informed that.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit State's Exhibit 72 via the business record exception. It is the QT video. Oh, excuse me for 1 second.
Any objection? Ms. Wolfberger?
Thank you, Nikki, so much for that. Thank you. And welcome to Christine Kingsbury. Welcome to the Colt family.
Admit it.
All right, Your Honor, and at this time, I'm going to publish
Love
this for the jury.
Your
Mr.
frozen
Queen, do you
cappuccinos.
mind sitting down so the
Sure.
jury can?
Thank you, Nikki, so much. Thank you. Thank you. So kind. Thank you so much.
All right, this is State's Exhibit 72.
Oh, I don't miss that Atlanta traffic. All of DeKalb and Cobb and Gwinnett and Fulton. Yeah, y'all, RA has Dr. G on today. I'm going to be on the replay crew. I'm going to have to go watch that. Yeah, they do. I live in Florida now, but I sure don't miss that Georgia traffic. I miss Quick Trip, though. There's not one by where I live. You'll see we have the best mods ever, ever, ever. How clear their video footage is. Yes, Dusty Dan. I just said that. Yeah. Yes, this is, they were able to track him by his ankle monitor. This is how they tracked him here. I've said that for my whole life about Atlanta drivers. It's very common for nonviolent crimes when they don't consider you a flight risk, you don't have any kind of history of that, to let them go and kind of get their affairs in order before they turn themselves in. Good morning. Good point, Mammy P. That's a really good point. Talk Mom RA is recovery addict. He's YouTube live streamer, does an amazing job. He follows true crime stuff and trials, and he's got, if you followed Zachariah Anderson at all, he's got today doing an analysis of the body language of Zachariah Anderson during the sentencing. Recovery addict is my favorite YouTuber, hands down. That is good quality camera. UT's always been my favorite. I say always, they were always around, but when they got popular. So far, so good. They're still working on the internet on the other floors, so hopefully it won't mess with mine any. Thank you so much, Kimberly Elms. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Oh, yes. Shark, good point. For anybody who hasn't heard, Zachariah's brother is going to be on RA on his channel on Tuesday. I cannot wait for that. Go Dogs. I'm a huge dog fan. Huge, huge, huge dog fan. That's a good point, Lillian Lee. Think about how many crazy things we've been around in situations like this. It's crazy when you think about it.
Mr. Community, to step down. Just could you remind the jury where that QT station is located?
It's in this area here.
And what time did he leave the QT station?
I have it noted at approximately 2:59 p.m.
Which direction did he head after that? If you could please indicate on the map.
Yes. He goes north again a short distance to Interstate 85, enters the interstate that way, and then travels south.
And then where does he go?
He travels south to Interstate 285 and then gets on the top end perimeter around 285, traveling towards Interstate I-75, which is indicated at this location.
Okay. And where did he go after that?
He travels north on Interstate I-75 from the perimeter Atlanta area all the way up through Cobb County,
Morning,
past
Grace.
Kennesaw, past Ackworth, past Emerson, is indicated here, past Cartersville, and then continues up to this location here in that vicinity, which is just north of Cartersville in a community called White.
And where is on this map the Cobb County Jail where he was supposed to turn himself in?
I think it's right.
Okay. And does that say, just for the record, does that say inclusion and then Smyrna underneath?
Correct. It's actually, you can see a portion of it out here is labeled Cobb County Detention Center. It's indicated by that square right there.
Did he make any stops on 75 North?
He did not until he reached this part in Bartow County, just north of Cartersville. And his first stop was at, when he exited the interstate, was at 4:07 p.m. He gets off the exit and goes to the parking lot of an address at 2310 US 411 Cartersville. And that's a Waffle House at that location.
And where approximately is that on this exhibit?
Right there in that cluster of points right there.
What time did he leave that Waffle House?
He left immediately after at 4:08 p.m. and enters the roadway at I-75 and continues north again.
And then what happened?
He continues north this one exit and exits Interstate I-75 at the Cass White Road exit.
Where is that?
They're indicated at the most northern points that you can see on this map.
What time did he exit I-75 onto the Cass White Road exit?
That was at 4:12 p.m.
And what happened after that?
At 4:14 p.m., I received a strap alert indicating that the strap on his ankle monitor had been compromised.
Where were you when you received that alert that the strap had been compromised at 4:14 p.m.?
I was near my home in Cartersville, Georgia, which is just south of that location, not more than 10 minutes, actually at a daycare where my children stay.
What did you do when you received, and did you receive that alert on your cell phone?
Yes, I did. I received it via text message.
What did you do when you received that alert?
I opened up the Atenti electronic monitoring software application to look at his GPS location and where he was.
Were you able to determine where the ankle monitor was?
Yes.
Did you go to that location?
Yes, I did. When I looked at the information, it indicated he was not in Merritt at the Cobb County Jail, but at that location in White, Georgia, just off of Interstate I-75. And since I was in such close proximity to it, I just proceeded that direction.
And if you could take a seat. Thank you.
Yeah, this is all right after the murder this is when he was supposed to have turned himself in. They do have some good grits, y'all.
Do you know approximately what time you arrived at the location where the ankle monitor was located?
Hey, Ricky Watson.
It was probably 20 or 30 minutes after that, so around 4:40 p.m.
Did you have police officers respond to that location as well?
No, I did not.
Yes.
What type of
Right after.
location was that?
That was a TNA truck stop. It's actually a large truck stop, and on the other side of the road is a pilot truck stop right off that exit. I think it's the last truck stop before you get into Atlanta.
I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibits 53, 54, 55, and 56. Can you describe to the jury what those are?
These are aerial photographs of the TNA Travel Center truck stop there off the Cass White Road exit in White, Georgia.
And is that the truck stop where you found did you find the ankle monitor?
I did. The GPS location indicated it was going to be in the corner of the parking lot of that truck stop. So when I pulled into the truck stop, it wasn't hard to tell where it was. There was a lamp post in that corner where the GPS location indicated. Right under it was a trash can.
Okay, and do those exhibits that I just showed you fairly and accurately represent what that area looked like at the time?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd move to admit State's Exhibits 53, 54, 55, and 56. Did the GPS records show that the defendant actually severed the strap of the ankle monitor while at that truck stop?
The alert we received through the case management software doesn't tell us what it does, just that there's been a compromise in the strap, and you actually have to get the ankle monitor and look at it to determine what caused that.
Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 53, can you just in general describe to the jury where you found the ankle monitor?
Yes, if you see the parking lot that's to the right, that's just adjacent to the truck stop, in the bottom right-hand corner, you see a little notch in the parking lot.
Can you stand up and demonstrate behind you where that's located?
I didn't even know it was behind.
Look up.
Right here. In this corner here, you can see the top of a lamp post, and underneath that lamp post was a trash can.
Okay. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 54?
That is a photograph of the lamp post with the trash can in the bottom of it in the corner of that parking lot.
Did you take this photo?
I believe I did.
And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 55?
I went over to the trash can, opened the flap, and I could see the ankle monitor inside it, so I just removed the top of it and took this photograph of the ankle monitor laying in the trash can, which is
Oh, I'm sorry.
right next to that.
And what is this in State's Exhibit 56?
That is the actual ankle monitor I retrieved from the trash can.
Okay. And had the strap been severed?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear that it had been severed with an instrument or by hand?
I believe it was cut. So it was cut with a knife, a pair of scissors, something like that.
Aren't those hard to cut though?
What did you
thought they
do
were-
after you recovered this ankle monitor?
Real thick.
I just took possession of it and then I left that location. I did drive through the parking lot. I didn't see Mr. Merritt or any signs of him. And then I traveled from that area back to my home with that ankle monitor.
Did you report the violation?
Yeah, I thought so too.
Immediately when I received the strap alert and looked at his location and saw he was not at the Cobb County Jail, I could only surmise he was not turning himself in as the court order required. I contacted his pretrial officer and notified them immediately.
Okay. When did you learn that Shirley Merritt had been murdered?
The next morning, I received a call from Kenya Jackson, the pretrial services director, letting me know that I was probably going to be receiving calls from authorities in DeKalb County wanting to know the location of Richard Merritt and that his mother had been murdered.
Okay. And did you assist DeKalb County officers and detectives in investigating this case?
For the most part of that day into the next day, yes, I did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Wow. That's what I would think too. Put it like in the back of a truck or something, you know, throw it in somebody's truck bed so it'll take off the opposite way.
Good morning.
So that's probably because I watch too much true crime. Why I'm even thinking that way.
Do you have a attendance record with you? You do. Is it all right if I take those from you?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Mr. Queen, do you recall when you started monitoring Mr. Merritt?
It was in the summer of 2018, I think around June.
Okay. And you said that you had taken over from another provider, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we've been talking a lot today about the records specifically from February the 1st.
Correct.
But you would have records from the entire time that you monitored Mr. Merritt, right?
That is correct.
Looking at those records from February 1st, there was a time that is on these records, as Ms. Pott mentioned, and a place, it was 5887 Glen Ridge Road. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And on your direct testimony, you mentioned that it was a business location, is that right?
That's what it appeared.
And I think you said it looked like a parking lot?
No, it was a business and it looked like that his GPS location mainly was in the parking lot.
Okay. But you weren't at that location that day,
No,
right?
I'm just reviewing the case management record and the GPS points to determine that.
So you don't know whether Mr. Merritt was in the parking lot or went into that business?
I wasn't there, so I don't know that exactly.
Okay. And you said it was about an 18-minute visit?
Approximately, yes.
And the next location that morning, I believe your testimony was a return trip to the Planters Row home. Is that right?
That's correct.
Let the record reflect that I am going to publish Exhibit 51 of the statement that previously entered. And I'm going to do my best to pull out the C. now you see my pen right here. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit so everyone can see. This is where.
She stepped away from the microphone, so now we can't hear her.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was at 9:38:28. Is that right?
That's correct.
And each of these individual entries, they're about a minute apart, right?
Yes.
We've got 9:32:28,
Hi, Sarah Bailey.
9:03:28.
Morning, Linda.
We're not getting a second by second itemization.
No, the system doesn't take a second by second. It takes a no less than a point every minute.
And at 9:38, that's the first that you learn of the 1519 return to the home, right?
That's correct.
But we don't know if that's in the driveway or in the house. You don't know where that is exactly.
Not exactly, no.
Now, we talked a little bit about the QT that you're familiar with from your own experience, right?
Yes.
You yourself did not go to the QT that day.
No.
And you did not collect the footage that we watched today.
No, I did not.
I love that. And for those of y'all asking who RA is, if you put exclamation point RA
So you did go
in the
to
chat,
what you have
it'll
identified as the TA truck
give you
stop.
information.
Yes.
And you went there after you received an alert on your phone of a sort of violation, is what you said.
That's correct.
And how
Thank you,
fast
Daisy.
do you
Welcome.
receive those alerts? Like, did you say it's 90 seconds?
It can be as quickly as 90 seconds.
And then it was about 20 or 30 minutes, I think you said, from receiving that to going to the location itself.
That's correct.
And do you have the coordinates of the trash can?
The exact coordinates, I'm sure they're probably in that report. Yes.
Okay, so if I gave you the report, that you'd be able to point out the exact trash can?
I could probably come pretty close.
May I approach, Judge?
Mhm. And I've given the witness exhibit 51.
Yep, JT got those for us. He's the best. We love y'all's ideas.
Oops, sorry. Okay, on this report, and I'm doing this by my knowledge that the strap alert, when the strap was compromised, was at 4:14 p.m. And on this report on February 1st, 2019 at 4:14 p.m., that corresponds with the strap alert. There is a latitude and longitude. I'll be glad to give you those if you'd like them.
Sure.
The latitude is 34.27. I don't have my glasses. 3602. And the longitude is negative 84.806465. And there's a geocoded address on the report to that latitude and longitude, listing it as 997 Cassville White Road, Northwest, Cartersville, Georgia.
And the 997 is the truck stop.
I believe it is, yes.
Right? And that's when you got the alert that it was violated, right? The monitor was violated. Okay.
Right.
And you went to that trash can, right?
I did.
And you took the lid off.
I did.
And the monitor was sitting, as we saw, sort of near the top.
Near the top.
Okay. There were no clothes in that trash can that you saw, right?
No, there were not. That I saw. There was trash, a pizza box, and other assorted trash.
Okay. Just 1 minute. And Mr. Queen, you've been working, it sounds like, in this field for some time now,
Thank
Since
you, Polly
1990.
Pants.
and you've been with the court
Appreciate
system for how many years?
Depends on which court system.
All the court systems
It's 1990.
since 1990. So you know from your work what happens if somebody violates their conditions, right?
Yes,
Then there would be a report created often,
correct,
and that would be given to the courts,
correct.
and someone can be violated based off of that report,
That's
right?
correct.
Angela Knox was gifted leadership by
and
Polly Percy
In
Paynes.
this
Thank
case, you
you.
didn't write a report, right?
A particular report to Cobb County Pretrial Services, no, I did not.
Okay. And we just talked about it a little bit before, but you had been monitoring Mr. Merritt. I think you said it was since about March of 2018. Is that what you said?
I had been monitoring since about June.
June, okay. So a number of months at that point, and over that period, Mr. Merritt's bond was never revoked due to a violation.
Not as I recall, no.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, you're right.
Is the witness be excused?
Yes.
Rule Fruber?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Break? Yes. Break? Okay. If the
No,
state
this is the only feed they're giving us.
State calls Jay Burney.
Yes.
James Burney.
Sir, you take a seat. Just raise your right hand. Swear from the testimony you give the court
I do.
Can you state the name of the court?
Yeah, my name is James, last name Bernie, Berni.
Just one moment.
How are you employed?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or the FBI,
Okay, how long have you been with the FBI?
since 2007, so almost 15 years.
And do you work with any particular department or division within the FBI?
I do. I'm part of the FBI's CAST team, Cellular Analysis Survey team.
Okay, and what does CAST do?
Yeah, so CAST is a team within the FBI that was stood up in 2009 after the FBI noticed an increased use in cell phone records used in criminal trials. So a CAST team member like myself specializes in record analysis as it comes from the provider.
What is your educational background that got you involved in this?
Yeah, so I have a Bachelor of Arts degree from Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama.
Okay. And what other
we'll talk about it in
experience do
just
you
a second.
have that is relevant to your current duties with the FBI?
So I spent 10 years active duty in the United States Army. The last 6 years I spent doing military intelligence work with the National Security Agency, or NSA, where my job was basically to track Department of Defense high-value targets using their communication devices like cell phones, satellite phones, things like that in Iraq and Afghanistan.
And does CAST work only on criminal cases?
They do not. So anytime that we need to locate a device, it could be, a runaway, it could be a suicidal kid. Anytime we need to locate a device, we can use this technique, and CAST is employed to do that.
What is historical cellular record analysis?
Yeah. So by law, all service providers have to keep a record of every device on their network. And they do these on what's called call detail records, or CDRs for short. So think of a CDR as like your old school phone bill when we used to get those, right? It would have our number, the other number we were in contact with, the date and time of that call, and then the duration. Was it a 30-second call? Was it a 10-minute call? But in addition to that information, there's other data in there that's useful to law enforcement, and that is the cell phone tower and the sector or side of that tower that's used for each of those activities on your call detail record. In addition to the call detail record, the providers have to keep track of every tower in their network, and they do this in what's called a tower list. And so a tower list is a unique list of all of the towers in the country. So T-Mobile, for instance, has to keep track of every tower that they have in the network. And each of those towers is uniquely numbered. So it's like a fingerprint within their network. So for instance, if we're looking for tower 1, 2, 3 in T-Mobile, there's only one location of that. And that tower list provides the street address or the latitude and longitude spot on the earth of where that tower is, and then the breakdown of its sectors. So it'll say sector 1 points in this direction, sector 2 points in a different direction. So historical call detail analysis is basically taking the call detail records, the when an activity occurred, putting it together with the tower list, the where. By putting those two things together, we can get a general location of where a device is when it has an activity on the network.
And have you gone through specialized training for historical cellular record analysis?
I have.
And who generally puts that training on?
So that training is run by the FBI, but we get trained by both private and government contractors, in things like radio wave theory. How does the radio wave move through space? We get training on the cellular devices themselves. We've talked to Apple, we've talked to Samsung and Google, right? We also get training on towers and why towers are in a certain spot and why they're, not in other spots. But some of the best training we receive is from the cell phone providers themselves. So AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, they come in and they teach us how their network works. From the time I hit that green button to place the call to my wife to say I'm coming home until that call ends, they tell us, hey, this is what happens in the network. This is how that call is then represented in our records, and then how we can use those records to find a general location. So we get a lot of great training from the providers themselves.
Okay. And do you conduct trainings in this field yourself as well?
I have. So I've instructed at what we call the basic historical call detail analysis class, which is where we teach federal law enforcement agencies, state and local agencies on the basics of call detail analysis, like what records are available, how to review them, those kinds of things. I've taught probably about a dozen times in like 6 different states. I've also taught at International Homicide Investigators course. I've been to London to speak at a law enforcement symposium over there on call detail records.
And you sort of answered this question a few minutes ago, but just to kind of reiterate, in your job, do you utilize call detail records to locate people?
I do. Again, this is my full-time job and has been since January of 2019. So I'm reviewing records and responding to emergency situations on a daily basis. If I'm not in court, I'm probably looking at records or assisting local agencies.
Can you say approximately how many times you've analyzed call detail records to locate somebody's whereabouts?
Yeah, probably,
again,
several hundred times probably using this technique.
Okay, and you said that you've been through training with several different cell phone providers. Are you familiar with the cellular technologies utilized by these major providers in the United States?
I am.
And are you familiar with their records keeping practices?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever testified as an expert in this field before?
I have.
Can you say approximately how many times?
Yeah, I think this is my 49th trial in 9 different states.
Okay, and have you presented the results of cellular analysis that you've performed in court before?
I have.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd move to tender Special Agent Bernie as an expert in the field of historical cellular record analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
He will be so recognized.
Okay. Agent Bernie, were you asked to review any records in this case?
I was.
Specifically, were you asked to review any cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many cell phone records were you asked to review?
So in this case, there were 2 cell phone records, and then I was also given GPS locations from a ankle monitor.
Okay. And did you formulate any opinion as to the location of the phones in this case on February 1st, 2019?
I did.
Okay. And what methodology did you use in forming your opinion?
Yeah, again, as I discussed with the historical call detail analysis, basically taking the CDRs and the tower list, putting those together to get a general location of where a device is when it had an activity on the network.
Okay. And is this methodology generally accepted in your area of expertise?
It is.
Okay. Did you create a report as to your findings?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you State Exhibit 88. Can you please describe for the jury what that item is?
Yeah, this is a printout of my PowerPoint analysis.
Okay, and is this in fact
Hey, see you soon.
as to your findings and methodologies in this case?
It is.
Okay, and have there been any material alterations or deletions?
No, there have not.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit State Exhibit 88.
All right, he's the best.
No objection.
Admit it.
I can't wait to see his stuff from today. When we log off today, it's the first thing I'm going to do.
I want to start by going over just your report page by page. This is page 1 of the report. Can you describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so this just shows the devices I was asked to take a look at. So again, there's 2 phone numbers, 1-404-358-8254, an AT&T phone number. And then the second device is 770-378-2989, again, another AT&T device. Also included in my analysis is the GPS locations from an ankle monitor from a Tenti.
And who provided these documents to you?
Your office did.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to review the records as they related to specific dates and times of interest, and that'll be annotated in my report here.
Let's look at page 2. Can you describe to the jury what this is?
Again, this is just a summary of how I was involved in the case. Again, asked by the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office to review several phones. I just talked about those. And then the methodology, again, using the call detail records and the tower list. And then also that this report includes global positioning system or GPS locations as they came from an ankle monitor. And then it just says, that not all events will be depicted. So again, I was just asked to take a look at these devices as they related to specific dates and times of interest.
What did you include on page 3 of your report?
Yeah, so these are all just photographs of different cell phone towers and those antennas. And the most common we see is the one in the top left corner there. That's what you see as you drive down the interstate or highway. It's that tall tower with 3 sides. But I put the rest of them here just to say, just in case you don't see that tower, doesn't mean that there's not a tower or antennas providing coverage to your phone. They can put antennas on all kinds of different things. My favorite, of course, is this cactus photo here. The one on the left is a cell phone tower, and the one on the right is an actual cactus. Again, we won't see that here in Atlanta. This is from Phoenix, Arizona, but they can make antennas look like lots of different things.
And when I pick up my cell phone to make a phone call, can you describe the process of how the call is processed and connected?
I can, yeah. So when a phone is on, it's always scanning the environment, looking for the strongest, clearest signal. So that way, when you're ready to place a call, text message, or check your ESPN scores or something, right? It knows the tower and sector that has the strongest, clearest signal. And it will use that for your call, text, or data session. And so when I leave the court here and call my wife and say, hey, I'm headed back to Alabama, my phone will use the strongest, clearest signal. And that tower number and sector will be populated in the records and show that that's the tower used by my phone at that time. When that call is ended, it's terminated. That call is terminated, it's finalized in the reports. And then my phone again is waiting for the next activity for me, the user, to do. And again, it's scanning, always scanning, looking for the strongest, clearest signal.
Is the tallest, clearest signal always going to be from the closest tower?
It is not. Normally it is, but there are exceptions to every rule. So it's not necessarily the closest, but in most cases it is.
Okay. And when you make a call, what records does the cellular company keep?
Yeah, so again, they'll keep the call detail records, or CDRs, for whatever activity it was, be it a call, a text, or a data session.
Okay. And does it keep
I feel like I could tell you anything about it. Isn't that crazy?
utilized at that time?
It does. It'll have all the data on there. Again, it'll have my number, the other number in contact with me, the date, time, the duration of that call, and then the tower and sector that used that activity, that activity used whatever tower and sector for that period.
Okay, let's go on to page 4. Can you describe to the what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so about 95% of all towers in the United States are what we call 3-sector towers. So a cell phone tower is put in an area to provide capacity, right? We see more towers in places where more people live and work because there's more people there, more users. And so in order to get more users out of a single tower, they've divided it up into 3 equal segments or sectors. And they do that. They take 360 degrees, a full circle, and divide that by 3, and you get each sector being approximately 120 degrees. So what we see here is on the left-hand side, if you are above the cell phone tower looking straight down on it, you'll see here, sector 1 in this instance would point toward 0 degrees or magnetic north or true north, right? Sector 2 points at about 120 degrees, and sector 3, 240 degrees. Not all towers will share that same orientation, right? If there's an apartment complex or a highway or, the Braves stadium that they need to cover, they may turn that tower so that sector 1 would point toward 45 degrees, for instance, right? And then that would move sector 2 to, like 165 degrees. But that information is in the tower list. So it enables me to see the orientation of each tower and sector that's used.
Okay. Looking at I think we're on page 5. Can you describe to the jury what you've annotated here?
Yeah, so for the next couple slides, you're going to see maps. You'll see the phone activity visually illustrated on a map. And these are just how it's going to look. So if you look at the top part, this will show the tower and sector that's used. So as you can see, it's kind of a V with a shaded area. If you look at that, the 2 arms of the V where they meet together at the bottom, that's the cell phone tower that's used. And the shaded area of the V just shows what side of that sector is being used for that activity. It doesn't mean that that phone's in the shaded area or the shaded area is the coverage area for that tower. It's just merely stating, hey, we're looking at the north side, this open side here of that tower. On the bottom part, what you'll see is what we call a call out box. And so for each tower used, there will be a call out box that describes the activity on each of those towers. So if we look at that on the bottom, it says CID, that's cell ID, that's the tower number. So that 732330 is that specific tower or the fingerprint, unique fingerprint of the network that only exists one time within the AT&T network. And then that -9, that says the sector or side that was used. Also in the call out box, you'll see the date on there, the time in local time, and then whether that activity was an incoming or outgoing call or text message. The number here, 145, again, that's the middle of the sector used. So in this case, it used sector 2, and sector 2 was pointed in 145 degrees. So that kind of south and east side. And you'll see it makes a little bit more sense when we look at the maps here in a minute. And then the last number on there is the other phone number associated with that activity, be it a call or a text message.
Can you describe what this is on page 6?
Yeah, so again, my report includes GPS location as it came from an Attenti ankle monitor. And so what you'll see are these red dots with kind of the open area at the top. At the base of the dot is that GPS location that was provided by the device itself. So you'll see those in my reports in addition to the cell phone information.
All right. Can you describe what is on this map?
Yeah, so all of these polka dots are AT&T cell phone towers that were used by AT&T or operated by AT&T at the date and time of this incident. Also on this map are locations of interest. So we have the crime scene. It's a red box, as you can see, with the white letters CS in it. There's also a quick trip, again, the green box with the white letters QT in there.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what is the crime scene location here, the address?
Yeah, so it's 1590 Planters Row in Sandy Springs, Georgia.
Okay, now what are we looking at on page 8?
Yeah, so each of the maps that we'll go through here in a minute will all be organized the same. So on the left-hand side, you'll see 2 phone numbers and they're broken down. Like the red phone number, the one ending in 404, 358-8254 will be annotated in red. So all of its activities will be highlighted in red letters with the red arms for the towers. And then you have the blue number, that's that 770-378-2989. And then at the top of each slide will be the date and time period that's mapped on this particular page. So again, this one is for February 1st of 2019 between 9:33 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see any areas of interest. So in this case, you'll see the crime scene is annotated there because we have the crime scene on this map here. And also remember that the blue dots you see around here are other AT&T towers.
And in your opinion, were both of these phone numbers consistent with being located at or near the crime scene between 9:33 a.m. and 2:30 on February 1st, 2019?
They were.
All right. Can you describe the map on the next page of your report?
So this looks kind of busy. That's because there's a lot of activity and a lot of travel of this device. And so again, just to orientate you, the phone numbers in the top left, the date at the top right, the date and time. So this is a continuation on February 1st, 2019, between 2:31 and 3:15 p.m. And the crime scene and the quick trip are both annotated on this map. So this shows the phone activity during that time period.
I wish they could give us a clearer view.
Does it appear that the phones moved in the same direction as the attendee ankle monitor, based on your review of the records?
They did. You can see on the bottom kind of the orange squares that have a number. So if you look in the bottom right, there's 1, and then it says GPS. That's the data from the attendee ankle monitor. And then the time underneath that is the local time of that activity with that specific latitude and longitude. And so you can see here it starts at number 1, 2:31 p.m. And you can see that there's a location down near the crime scene. And then we can kind of track them as they move north and west. And then if you look at the top left side of the screen here, you'll see a
Hi,
number
Jimmy.
43.
Welcome.
This is 43 GPS. That means that there were 43 by the ankle monitor, and you can see them all throughout here. And then that last one is at 3:15 p.m. And again, the towers and sectors used by both of these devices track in line with the movement of the ankle monitor during this time period.
And just so we're clear, do you know who these two phone numbers belonged to?
I do.
And who was that?
The red phone belongs to Mr. Merritt, and the blue phone was to his mother, I believe, Miss Merritt.
And what are we looking at on the next page, page 10 of your report?
So again, this is just a continuation of the phone and the two phones and the ankle monitor's movements. You can see this is between 3:15 p.m. and 3:40 p.m. still on February 1st of 2019. And again, if you look to the right, you'll see number 1 GPS.
Thank you.
That's the first locate during this time period of the ankle monitor. And then you'll see that those movements move, to the west and north for locate number 27 at 3:40. And you can see the towers and sectors used from the two phones track in line with the movement of the ankle monitor during this time period.
All right, and what is on page 11 of your report?
So this is, again, a continuation up until the last locates and last phone calls, but this is between 3:40 and 5 p.m. Also still on February 1st of 2019. And you can see on the bottom right-hand corner, again, we have number 1 GPS, and there's, it's pointing to a locate at 3:40 p.m. And then you'll see the ankle monitor locates again, move north and then move south a little bit. And the last locate is number 57, and that's at 5 p.m. And again, during this time period, you see the two phones, its activity track in line with the movements of the ankle monitor.
And after this, we'll be able to determine whether.
Morning.
the two phones-
I have him on another screen too, but I can't listen until we're done here.
Merritt
Can't wait to hear it.
says that there was an incoming call at 4 o'clock. After that, what happened to the records and device?
Yeah, this device wasn't seen again on the network.
And what about the red phone, or the defendant's phone, the 404-358-8254? It looks like the last annotation you have here is at 3:57 p.m. Were there any further uses of that phone after that?
Yeah, there's actually one north of that at 4:09 p.m. There's a data session. So his phone had some kind of billable data that created a record. And you can see that at 4:09 p.m. And then again, that's the last activity for that device on the network.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Bernie.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Here we go with the corrects.
I saw you Monday, so doing well, thanks.
Let's see. And just want to ask you a few questions. When did you get involved in this case?
I don't have the specific date. Again, I do a lot of these, so I don't particularly remember the time period that the original request came from the office here.
Was it within the last year or so?
Yes, sir, it was.
So you weren't involved back in 2019?
I was not, no, sir.
Back in 2019, you weren't asked to track these phones at the time, which basically they were being sought after?
No, sir, I was not involved in this case at that time.
Okay. And likewise, you weren't involved with Attenti or any type of monitoring service in tracking this monitoring device back in 2019?
No, sir.
Okay. Sounds like from what you told us, you received data and records from the district attorney's office as to both the cell phone records and the Attenti records.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you've used your expertise and experience in order to, I guess, track those devices through the various networks and map them for us.
That's correct.
Now, with the AT&T, you told us, because that's primarily what you do is cell phone records, right?
Yes, sir.
But obviously, given your degree of expertise, you can do ankle monitors.
That's correct.
But let's talk about the cell phone for a minute. With the cell phone records, you basically get the call detail log and you use your various forms of expertise, computer programs, in order to map those records.
That's correct.
And oftentimes you have to do it for a certain period of time, on a certain day, certain hours, correct?
That's correct.
And that's what you did in this case. Now, AT&T, as you said, why is it significant for AT&T to get it right? Do they get it right because of the police?
They do not.
Why they're worried about it?
No, again, these are business records. And so these records are kept as course of business through whatever provider. So in this case, AT&T. So the thing you have to remember is that AT&T uses these records to optimize their network, right? It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, and we pay a lot of money for our phones and for our service to AT&T or Verizon or whoever we have. And if we're not happy, we go to the next provider, right? So AT&T wants to keep accurate records like these so that they can optimize their records, so that they know where are people placing calls from? Do I need another tower there? Where are their dropped calls at? So that maybe I can go check to see what's wrong there. So again, these are business records used by AT&T.
Because AT&T, they're more concerned about the millions of customers being satisfied and paying billions of dollars every year.
That's correct.
Than, I guess, thousands of police, law enforcement agencies around the country asking for information to help do criminal investigations.
I mean, that is correct, but at the same time, they're mandated by the FCC or Federal Communication Commission that they provide and maintain records for assistance with law enforcement. So again, we have great relationships with all of these providers, and they're with proper legal compliance, like a search warrant, then obviously they're willing to help us solve crimes. I mean, so.
Now with AT&T, you told us about the way in which basically you have a tower and you have a device, and there's an interaction between the tower and the device.
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes, basically, the tower is divided into certain segments in order to make it help facilitate more interactions with devices.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And now, most commonly, we see these three sectors, correct?
That's the most common, correct.
We used to see like 4 and like 6 before, didn't we?
We have seen 6 previous. They kind of got away from the 6 model. There was a little bit of that. But yeah, the 3-sector tower is the most common, although there are what we call omnidirectional. So there'll be like one small antenna, like the cactus example. that one cactus provides omni or 360-degree coverage in a certain area, like a park or things like that. So there are different kinds of antennas, but the majority of which that we use on a daily basis are these 3-sided ones.
And as we talked, I believe you mentioned this pot. I grab my cell phone and I turn it on. Does that
Have them on
cause
another
the
tower.
interaction with the tower just by turning it on?
It does.
And so is that noted in the cellular records?
So in the
Morning,
call
Carmen.
detail records, that is not annotated. There are other records that are kept for shorter periods of time. These records are called timing advance records, and they're kept for days, not a year like Verizon, CDRs, and AT&T keeps call detail records for like 5 years. But there are other records that have some additional information on them. But again, those are kept for days.
Because obviously if AT&T is like to notate every time I turn on my phone, we're talking about possibly hundreds, thousands of times in which there would be an interaction per day.
That's
Maybe he
correct.
was
It
told
would
about
be
chat.
very voluminous, a very large number, and they'd have to have storage units and databases for days.
And
Morning,
probably
Ashley.
as a matter of economics, it's just not feasible for them to do.
That's correct.
Versus instead having this call data, call data basically recognizes when I talk to somebody, which is what's important anyway, because they want to know what type of my usage is.
Yeah, so those are, again, billing records. If you remember when cell phones became popular in the late 80s and early 90s, right, we paid for our plans in kind of 2 different ways. The first was we'd buy minutes, right? We'd buy 300 minutes. And so they had to accurately keep track of the number of minutes that we used. And if we went to 301, they made sure that we paid extra, right? But we also bought our plans in our home network, meaning if we lived in Atlanta and we traveled to Florida, to Disney World, for instance, to go on vacation, we were what's called roaming or outside of our home network, and they charged us extra. So they had to accurately keep track of the cell phone towers used so they could precisely bill us. So that's, again, what was started when the cell phones became popular, and that has continued to this day.
Now, going back to the call detail records, we talked about sectors and towers. Now, how big are these sectors? Is it like a certain defined area range, or does that vary?
Oh, it varies. Again, if we're talking towers and sectors
that.
downtown Atlanta, you could talk about, a half mile or less, the range of a tower, because there's just so many of them, right? But if you're talking a rural area like near Macon, Georgia, or, somewhere in some farmland in Wyoming, your towers are going to be farther apart, and you could have 5-mile coverage range. It all depends on the capacity that they need, is how close they put those towers together. And then they down tilt and change the coverage area based on the towers in the area.
I was just thinking that the frequency.
Now, you told us that even though you may have, I guess for lack of a better term, I call it a ping within a certain sector, how precise is that ping?
So if you're talking about like the tower and sector used, so again, it depends on the towers in an adjacent area. So if I have a tower and a sector used in downtown Atlanta, I can look at all the other towers in that area and I can go, well, it's not on the east side of Atlanta if they use a tower in the west, because there's 30 towers in the middle, right? And he would have used one of those if he was on that side. So again, depends on the tower coverage area and how close towers are together to how big that area is. But again, I'm talking a general area. I can't say that the device is at Wendy's at this point in time. I can say that it's in a tower and sector that might cover the Wendy's, the Home Depot, the whatever in a certain area.
Okay. So we're talking a matter of feet, miles.
Yeah, so I can't say where a device is using call detail records. I can't say where a device is within a matter of feet for sure. Typically in a matter of miles, if you were to look at the whole coverage area. But again, I'm not here to pinpoint that device. I'm merely here to say that device was in a certain area. And in this case in particular, it moved to a different area. So it used a different tower and sector.
Now, let's jump over for a sec. Let's talk about Atenti with this monitoring system. Now, does Atenti own towers like AT&T?
They do not.
Okay, so how does it work with them? Because obviously we're still talking about global positioning. So is it going to a tower? Is it going to the sky? How are those being, I guess, recorded?
Yeah, so the way ankle monitors work in general is that the device itself will get a GPS location based on satellites, hopefully sometimes off of towers, but most of the time off of satellites, it'll get the GPS location. And then that location is sent via the cell phone network to Atenti, right? So it's kind of like a cell phone attached to a person's ankle, in this case, where that device is getting GPS locations most of the time from satellites, but then it's transmitting that information through the cellular network. So it's using the cellular network just to send the information, not necessarily to generate the location of where that device is.
Okay, so I want to make sure I got you right here. So the location is generated by the device,
That's correct.
and the cellular network sends it to somebody else.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So it's more like a highway which is used in order to get information from point A to point B?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then with the
I still do it
device being on a person,
out of habit.
what type of range and precision do we have with that location?
Well, I mean, again, most of the locates are generated via GPS, and we use GPS probably every day. I know I used GPS to get here this morning, and it gave me turn-by-turn directions on how to get here. So in most cases, those are very accurate as we use every day.
Because I'm looking back at your map, which we have here before us. Generally, when we look at the cell phone locations, we have the two devices which appear to be moving pretty much in tandem. And they're on the same network, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, they're both AT&T.
So the assumption is that those two devices would somewhat consistently use the same towers and the same sectors, more than likely.
Yeah, if it's at the exact same time, correct. And again, it depends on how quickly the devices are moving. So, and if they're initiated, the calls are initiated at the same time, it should use the same towers and sectors.
Okay. Now you said calls, but you also just mentioned to us that one of the last times in which Mr. Merritt's phone is activated, it's not a call.
That's correct. Yeah, I should have said activities. I said a call, but it's an activity on the phone. So again, it could be a text message, it could be a data session.
But it's not just somebody turning the phone on and off.
It is not.
So we have the two devices which appear to be based on the sectors, moving somewhat in tandem, moving from, I guess, down inside, just outside 285, around 285 and up 75.
Yes, sir.
Now, you have a whole lot more points, though, apparently with that Atenti device. Because you noted, I think, over 50-some points in which you've recognized. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's way more locates from an ankle monitor versus, again, activities generated on the device.
Now, with the ankle monitor, is that based upon basically the device like always putting out a signal, or is it a timing issue? How does that work?
Yeah, so in our training from ankle monitor companies in the past, it really depends on what's going on the device. So obviously, if the person's sleeping and the device is stationary, there's not going to be that many locates that are sent. But as the device is moving, it's trying to get an accurate location of that device. It's sending more of those more frequently when a device is moving than when a device is stationary.
So that makes sense that if someone is actually moving, particularly in a vehicle, then basically every however many minutes, that vehicle may be moving hundreds of feet.
Yeah, again, it depends. Some of the ankle monitor companies will set it to like every minute if it's moving. It depends on the proprietary information of the ankle monitor itself, but a lot of times we'll see it every minute, sometimes again, more frequently than that, depends on movement.
And let me go back to the cell phones for a minute. Mapping the cell phones and their movement. Generally, looks like, as I said, it looks like around 285 and up 75 going north, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I noticed with a 10T device, pretty much the way you mapped it, your dots are pretty much right on the expressway. Now, is that a coincidence or
Yeah.
a map like that?
So again, the GPS is going to be pretty accurate. A lot of times, again, we use it to get to places every day, right? And so it'll tell you where Starbucks is or McDonald's or whatever else and be pretty accurate. So again, a lot of times it's based on that. Also, the GPS is, a lot of times if it knows that a road is 6 feet from the actual lat long that the device generated, and there's several that are a little bit off the road, it will autocorrect to the road itself. So it'll snap, what's called a snap something, I can't remember the exact term, but it basically snaps it to the road because it knows that you're probably not driving in the grass 60 miles an hour. You're probably on the road going 60 or 70 miles an hour.
And with the 10T device, you did the mapping, I'm presuming, through the lat long, the latitude and longitude.
Yes, sir, I did.
And those numbers we got is like 30 something point dot, 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 dot. So how far out and how does that translate to an exact position?
Yeah, so again, those are latitudes and longitudes based on the latitude and longitude system in the world, right? And so it'll say like 33 degrees, so many minutes, so many seconds, and that allows us to get a specific spot on the Earth based on that latitude and longitude.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
This witness is awesome. He knows his stuff.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I did notice some of y'all saying that the defense attorney did not seem to try to kind of bully him the way that he did some of the other witnesses. Probably because you can't really bully somebody when it's factual information. Okay, so it looks like we have a little morning break. So I saw that there is a verdict in the West trial. I saw a couple of y'all mentioning that too, and I think they're going to be giving that. Let me see if there's. Do you know if it's? Does anybody know if it's going to be shown? Oh, yes, Lucy's the pup. Lucy's my little baby. She's laying on my lap right here. You can't see her most of the time because she lays on my lap, but she's laying on my lap right here with her little baby. This is how she snuggles. I was trying to look to see if there's a link for it for the West trial verdict. Let's see if we can find one. It's the 2 p.m. Eastern, so that'll be 1 o'clock my time. So I'm in Florida now. Yeah, I have not been able to find the live, a live stream for it or anything, but when I'll keep a watch on it when they get ready to read it, and we can let y'all know in chat what they say. Yeah, it's in California. So it's at Bakersfield, I think, California. Oh, duty wrong. Okay. Can you send me or JT that link if you have it? Also, have y'all noticed today, since they did my fiber stuff yesterday, how much better everything's moving? I'm very excited. I haven't froze up that I know of. Haven't had any glitches. Everything seems to be going. Let me not jinx myself, because I know they're still working. Okay. Yeah, video is way better today. Thank goodness. I have had so many troubles. Oh, I'm blurry. I probably still have my camera setting to low because I was trying to do everything I could yesterday to deal with all of the craziness with the internet. I'm even scared to talk about it now because it's been going so good today since they did whatever on it yesterday that I'm scared to even talk about it because I'm scared that it will jinx it. Yes, don't jinx it. I just said that to JT too. I was like, it's going great, but I don't want to jinx it. So the trial, let's see. Okay, I'm getting it pulled up real quick because I haven't been following this too closely, only kind of like updates because I have very little spare time in case y'all haven't caught up on kind of the schedule I'm keeping lately. So I haven't been able to keep up with it that much, but it's Bakersfield, California. So it's the trial of, is it Jacqueline and is it Trezell? I think is how you say it, West. It says the California city couple charged with second-degree murder in the disappearance of their adopted sons, Orrin and Orson. And they had this trial has been going on. I guess they went into deliberations. They've reached the verdict and they're announcing it today. Says during closing arguments, both attorneys argued that a conspiracy was in place in the case. The prosecution claimed that it was Jacqueline and Trezell conspiring to cover up the deaths of the kids. Meanwhile, the defense claims that it was the investigators who conspired against the couple and basically had tunnel vision and ignored all other possibilities. So that's the West one that a couple people in chat have mentioned. So I haven't got to follow it that closely, but that one is. Did I really just freeze after I said that? See, I shouldn't have said anything. Not mentioning it again ever. It'll be like that. What is that Harry Potter thing? JT, if you're in chat, you'll be so proud of me for a Harry Potter reference. Isn't that the one where it's like the thing you don't mention or the person you don't mention or something like that? That's what my internet's going to be. It's the thing we don't mention. Someone said at 1 o'clock it will be read. That might be, I think that, depending on the time zone you're in. Yeah, all this stuff with kids lately has been really hard to take. Really, really hard to take. Okay, so also, if you didn't get to see Recovery Addict yesterday, I got to catch up on him. I'm not used to having to do the replay crew at night instead of being able to be in chat or at least lurk. So I'm having to catch up in the evenings now that I'm doing this one. But he had a great show yesterday with some of the Koberger stuff. So make sure you check that out. And if you, I've seen a lot of you know who he is because we have a lot of the same community because we're all kind of like one big family. If you don't know who he is, I've seen a few of you asking who RA is. It's Recovery Addict. So if you type in !RA, then it will give you the information for his stream and everything. He's incredible. He's like the best ever. I like want to be him for Halloween. He's fantastic. His coverage is great. He has the, great community like we have here where everybody's just supportive and some of the times when you go into the like long crime chats and stuff, there can be some cattiness and meanness, and it's just, there's none of that over there. It's the best, the absolute best. So if you type in !RA, it'll bring up that information. Yes, he's awesome. It's funny because he is kind of the reason I'm here. So I was doing recap videos, and I kind of got my start doing the Murdaugh trial stuff. And I started doing recap videos because everybody kept saying like, oh, the way you break things down and the way you can like kind of take information and organize it and, give it, you should, keep doing stuff after the Murdaugh trial. So I did. So I did Zachariah Anderson, and I've done, things since then. So I was just doing recap videos and of course my charts, and he had me come onto his show. He had asked me, and I did like the polite thing, like where you kind of politely try to like blow it off, like, yeah, sure, sounds great. Yeah, I'll come over. But I had no intentions on it because I was so nervous to do live video. And I finally did it, and it was just the best community and so welcoming. And it was nothing like I was, thinking of, because I was thinking, oh gosh, you see people on like law and crime and stuff, and in that chat, and you see how they just get attacked. And that's kind of what I was scared of. And then I went on, and everybody was just so great, and he was so great, and it was amazing. So it was just the total opposite of what I was expecting, and I loved it. And I have been a diehard fan of his since I started this whole YouTube thing, and I sing his praises from the rooftop every chance I get. He's incredible, and he is actually the reason that him and having all of his people come trick me into coming on is actually the reason that I've felt comfortable enough to start doing it live instead of just the recaps. And it's been so fun. It's been a dream come true. It's something I love doing. I went through cancer a couple years ago, so I can't go back to work the way that I was working before. I can't sit in an office all day. I have a lot of limitations now because of damage that was done to me through my cancer and my cancer treatment. So this has become like just a gift to be able to do this thing that I love doing for fun anyway, to do it and share it with y'all. And a lot of that is I owe to him for helping me out and guiding me, because I didn't know anything about YouTube. So, and now I get to hang out with all my trial buddies. Thank you, Lisa Wilmot. Yeah, RA is great. He is my other home. I see y'all Y'all say hi to JT. He's a gray box right now, but he's here. I mean, not here, but he's in his gray box. Say hi to JT. Best co-host and production manager and partner ever. Yes, Wendy, I will keep a watch on it, and we'll let y'all know as soon as it comes through. Yes, Jimmy, I think, where'd that go? I think that I'm going to cover Shaw Business. I know that one's supposed to be the same time, I think, as Sarah Boone. And I know RA is going to be covering Sarah Boone, so I'll probably do this one. I know this one's a little bit spicier than, what he does on, or, wants to do on his channel. So I'll talk to him about that. I think, because I know he's going to be covering Sarah Boone, which is cool because that one's here in Florida. So I actually, during the time that's going on, I am going to be visiting my friend who lives in the area, and I'm going to actually try to go to court. So thank you so much, Linda Lou. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning, KR. Welcome. Hello. Dusty Den. Hello. Bobby Hanson. Hello. I love that everybody. Oh, hi. Hi, JT. There's JT. Just telling everybody to tell you hi because you're in your gray box. JT's the best. So something else that we're doing on 13 channel that's going to be so fun. JT is going to be basically kind of in charge of it. I'm just going to be whatever he needs me to be in it. But it's so fun. We are so excited for it. But on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays in the evenings, we're going to be doing night court. And instead of covering the recent trials like we've been doing, we'll do that for some of the bigger ones that, come up and things. But we are going to do night court is going to be throwback trials. So we're going to do the big ones like O.J. Simpson, Menendez brothers, Jodi Arias, Scott Peterson, all these things. And we a lot of these things happened while, I was younger or before I started really watching trials. And so I'm so excited to revisit them and watch them from the perspective of actually now watching trials as opposed to just what the news was feeding us. And I'm so excited to see everything from such a different perspective and to watch these infamous trials, with all of our trial buddies and our trial family. I'm so excited. I think it's going to be so cool. We wanted to do something that nobody else is really doing. And that's what JT and I are going to be doing on mostly JT. I'll be there in the evenings. I'll still be streaming during the day, but this is going to be kind of his baby, the night court, the throwback trials. So excited about it. Yes, can't wait for the throwback trials. I can't either. How fun is that going to be, y'all? Doesn't that just sound like... So Shaw Business is a little wild. It's a pretty, it's spicy, as Recovery Act would say. But there's a lot going on with that one. So she has already attacked one of her attorneys during, a pretrial. I think it was some kind of hearing. I can't remember what it was about. But she is on trial for the murder of her boyfriend. She killed him and dismembered him. I think she left. There's some spicy details on that one. It's going to be not really suitable for daytime, but we're going to make it work anyway. Hi, Gleaves. Yeah, JT is in timeout. He's just working on other things, so trying to keep him grayed out because he can't really be on camera right now. The Armstrong case, I'm not really sure yet. I'll have to see how it's going when we get there. I've been kind of watching this one. This is the one where, all the plastic surgery was done to cover the, to try to hide and stuff. And I actually thought about this one when during the Letitia trial. I was watching on Recovery Addicts channel, the Letitia trial. And when she was Googling, facial reconstruction and changing her face and stuff like that so she could go on the run, I thought about this one because this chick actually did it. Yes, Carmen, we are excited for Night Court 2. I just think it's going to be so much fun. And I have like this vision in my head of, like, I already know that, even though I'm going to be there in the beginning of the evenings and I'm like, okay, well, I'll sign off at some point, so I can get some sleep for, so I can be ready to stream during the day. But who's going to be able to leave that? I know I'm going to end up like wanting to stay and hang out. Christine Kingsbury, I'm glad that y'all are excited about it too, because we are so excited about it. When we were talking about this, like planning it out and everything, we were both just stoked. So Linda Lou, thank you. We are excited to have you here. Yeah, Lisa Wilmot. So many people have gotten into the trials lately, especially since, with the streaming of Johnny Depp, with that one, for whatever reason, that's kind of what got a lot of people into it. And then a huge chunk of people started following during Murdoch too. So, streaming during that. So now there's this whole new community that's into, I'm sitting here playing with Lucy's toy. She's right here. There's this whole new community that's into trials. And I think it's so cool to have all of us who have, started watching trials in the last couple of years to now go back to some of the ones that were before, we would sit here on YouTube and stream them and be able to actually watch them and revisit it from a different perspective, as opposed to just, bits and pieces of, and anybody who's followed trials and then has watched news coverage on the trials, that you can't believe everything you hear. You can't believe everything you see. And you are relying on news coverage to tell you what they think is important, but that's not always what you think is important. So it's going to be really cool to be able to go back and see things from a perspective of not having it filtered through news outlets. So excited. Congratulations on being a cancer survivor as well. It is a huge, it's a life-changing thing. Everything in my life is before cancer and after cancer. It changes everything. So congratulations to you on being a survivor too. Carmen Burgess, bring on happy hour with JT. Woohoo! Thank you. Appreciate that so much. Let's see. B Crumbs is back. Hello. Bull coming. Oh my gosh, y'all! I loved that show too when I was a kid. I used to. It used to come on later than I was allowed to stay up, and me and my brother would sneak and watch it because we thought it was so funny. And Bull was my favorite. And yeah, we might do the Casey Anthony one, but probably not right away. I think we need a little bit of a break from the stuff with kids. So that will not be the first one. Let's see. Yes, we can talk about the white Bronco. I actually, my family had a white Bronco when all this was going on. We're back. I'm still catching up on chat, y'all. So if I haven't read your stuff yet, I'm still getting to it. I try to make sure I read as much as I can. Sometimes it moves too fast, but I try. And any of the ones that y'all want us to stream, if you go to the website 13thjuror.live, it's 13thjuror.live. There's a tab on there where you can submit any trials that you want us to cover.
All right, so when do you expect your next witness will be here?
She landed at 2:50, so in the next hour.
All right. So what I may do is let the jury have a little bit of an extended lunch, and we can stay here and sort of discuss the issue. And then I'll hear from her when she actually gets here, if you want me to. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Great, man. And just so that you all know, there was apparently some kind of a leak in the jury room next to us, so we can't go in there. And that's the reason that it's so warm in here. So we may have to eventually move to another courtroom if they have to do work, but we're trying to get them to do the work this afternoon and evening once we're finished.
They were very loud.
Yes, and I've told them they need to be quiet because it is distracting for the jury.
We've got that one on our list. It was the witness for the cell tower data and the witness for the ankle monitor that he cut off, given the GPS on that. You can email me, Brandi with an I. It's Brandi@brandichurchwell.com. I believe Recovery Addict's covering that one. So that one will be about the same time as the Shaw Business one. So I will probably do Shaw Business instead.
Yes.
That's a good one, Angie Burr. That's a good one.
You all may be seated. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you a little bit of a longer lunch today. We're still waiting for our witness to arrive. The next witness, she flew in this morning. And we have a couple of matters that I need to address with the attorneys before we continue on with the testimony. So rather than having you just wait on us, I'm gonna go ahead and excuse you for lunch. Ask you to be back at 1 o'clock. You'll meet the deputy again out in front of 7A at the other end of the hallway. And please remember the instruction not to talk about the case or allow anyone to talk to you about the case. All right? See y'all at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, the throwback trials are going to be on our night court stuff on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Y'all may be seated. Yes.
The device up here is saying low battery.
That's mine.
That's yours? Okay.
That's mine. Wow.
No, that's county.
What's saying low battery?
The
The controller?
iPad controller,
Okay,
so.
we'll call IT.
I assume they can
I hope you weren't asking me to figure out how to fix it. So all I can do is call somebody.
I don't know. I didn't.
It should be hardwired, so I don't know why it would say low battery, but
This time clock a little bit.
we'll call IT and let them check it out.
8:45, 7:45 Central. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Right.
Okay. So let's talk about Miss Richardson. Miss Pot, do you want to start?
Yes, is this, I just want to make sure that this is not, I don't know if this part of the proceeding is being recorded by media.
Yes, the Rule 22 says that anytime that I'm on the bench, it's being recorded.
Your Honor, Ms. Richardson is a PhD candidate. She was actually supposed to do her dissertation last week, but it ended up being rescheduled. I don't know the exact date that she's supposed to defend her thesis, but it's supposed to be this spring at some point. She is very concerned that, well, let me explain. She was in Nashville. The defendant introduced himself to her on a dating app. That's how she met him. She met him in person around the beginning of July of 2019, and they started a relationship. She knew him by the name Nick Malvo. She believes that he was from New Orleans. Basically, he did the entire relationship that they had through the date of his arrest. She is concerned that she will not be published or invited to participate in any studies if her face is out there. She's not so concerned about her name because it is a somewhat common name, but she just doesn't want anyone to know exactly who she is. And I would ask not only that her face not be recorded, but that, and Mr. Queen and I have discussed not asking exactly where she works. She's prepared to say that she's a teacher and ask what her job is. Not to ask specifically where she lives or her address or her date of birth. So just for her basically ability to make a living and her advanced degree, which she's been working on for quite some time.
Yeah, she's not by the
we are
mic.
asking that the cameras be turned off, at least visually, while she testifies. Your Honor,
I think they said
if you
she's
look
a
at
teacher, so she doesn't want her
OCGA
face to be on the camera.
15-1-10.1. That is standards for determining grants of requests for television, video, TV, or motion picture filming of judicial proceedings. Subsection C states that the court may hear from the parties, witnesses, or other interested persons, and from the person or entity requesting coverage during the court's consideration of the factors set forth in this code section. Whether to allow the videotaping is entirely discretionary pursuant to the subsection. And then if you look at Georgia Uniform Superior Court Rule 22, subsection, I believe it's G. That discusses the denial or limitation of recording. And if you look at subsection G1B, the rule states that the consent or objection of the parties, witnesses, or alleged victims whose testimony will be presented in the proceedings basically are a factor to consider in determining whether to deny recording or any type of recording of the proceeding. And it lists out some of the factors to take into consideration. They are whether the proposed recording will promote increased public access to the courts and openness of judicial proceedings. D is the impact upon the integrity and dignity of the court. E is the impact upon the administration of the court. F is the impact upon due process and truth finding. G is whether the proposed recording would contribute to the enhancement or detract from the ends of justice. I don't believe that not recording Ms. Richardson's face would cause any kind of violation of due process, nor do I believe that showing her face would enhance the public access to the courts or openness of the judicial proceedings or the integrity and dignity of the courts. Subsection H says that any special circumstances of the parties, witnesses, alleged victims, or other participants, such as the need to protect children or factors involving the safety of participants in the judicial proceeding, is a factor to consider. Again, this may not be an issue of safety. She is concerned. She managed to not be filmed by the news media, and her personal information did not come out initially when the arrest was made. And she was very grateful of that. She is very concerned about where she lives and the news basically being in her front yard. I states that another factor is any other factors affecting the administration of justice in which the court may determine to be important under the circumstances of the case. And then subsection 2 discusses the limitation of recording. That subsection states, upon his or her own motion or upon the request of a party, witness, or alleged victim, a judge may allow recording as requested, or may, only after making specific findings on the record based on the factors in the preceding paragraph, impose the least restrictive possible limitations, such as an order that no recording may be made of a particular criminal defendant, civil party, witness, alleged victim, law enforcement officer, or other person, or that such person's identity must be effectively obscured in any image or video recording, or that only an audio recording may be made of such person. And again, I believe that this is the least restrictive manner in which to allow the proceedings to be recorded, because of course, everyone will be able to hear what Ms. Richardson has to say in her testimony. And I have no objection to the media seeing the images and exhibits that we plan to tender through her testimony. But I just don't believe that it will enhance justice in any way to allow the cameras to be on.
I know you've told me about the, excuse me, the meeting and the relationship. So what is the extent of what her testimony is going to be?
Yes, we turn my next. Okay, she is going, and I wrote this out very specifically because she's very concerned, so I know pretty much exactly what she's gonna say. I'm gonna ask her name, age, where she lives, and she's gonna say that she lives in Nashville, in the Music Row, Vanderbilt neighborhood. She said she met the defendant online and that he introduced himself as Nick. He said that he was from New Orleans where he owned property, and he had some kind of job in, I believe it was finance, but he quit it and he went up to Nashville to take some time to himself to do some writing. He said that he had published a couple of things, but that he wanted to be a writer. He said that they did meet in person on July 9th of 2019. At the time, the defendant had kind of longer hair, and I've got photos of him at around that time and during the course of their relationship. She will identify the defendant and explain how he has changed his appearance since then. She's going to talk about how he acted during the course of their relationship. You know, they would just go out on dates, started out casually, and it got more serious, you know, after several weeks. In the initial text message from the defendant, he said again that he was from New Orleans, that he had moved in early February from New Orleans.
She's kind of repeating herself.
44, he'd written up to 188 pages of his first novel, and then he moved to Nashville after saving up money from being a marketing executive. And he just wanted to be true to himself and write. She said that she believed he had been crashing at a cousin's house. He told her that he was living with a cousin, that she never went to his house. He said that he had a father who had been in the military and died 15 years before, and that he had a complicated relationship with his mother, and that she had died a few years before of cancer. He said that, I honestly cannot recall it. He said that he had been married before to her, but he did say that he did not have kids, but he had
Thank you, Jeff.
a niece that he characterized as being disabled. He never said he said he went to school at LSU, and in fact, he took Kelly to an LSU football game against Vanderbilt because they lived in the area, and he seemed very disinterested. He was working at a bar called Betty's Grill. He would pay for items in cash and maybe a prepaid credit card. She did see his identification. He had a temporary license, which we do plan on introducing into evidence through the U.S. Marshal. He said he was having problems getting a permanent one. He was driving Shirley Merritt's Lexus, and he was very proud of that Lexus because, as she has described, it seemed like it was kind of the nice thing that he deserved in his life.
That he deserved. He stole that Lexus from his mom after he
He'd stay at
allegedly killed
home
her.
often. This caused some issues because, again, she was studying and teaching and working, and he had been there. He was there quite a bit. On August 31st, 2019, Georgia played Vanderbilt at Vanderbilt. She said that he was he seemed odd that weekend, and in retrospect, she believes that he was kind of staying in and very cautious about potentially seeing folks from UGA because he had been very involved in the UGA community and was quite a UGA fan. She did not learn that he was wanted for murder until after he was caught. She learned it from a local news website. I do not intend to ask her whether she assisted the U.S. Marshal or Nashville PD. I don't believe that that's relevant to the case, and I asked that the court not, or that she not be asked that question. Additionally, Kelly had a knife in her house. I hadn't planned on asking her this, but she did tell me a kind of a strange story that he had kind of moved the knife. I'm sorry, I think it was above the refrigerator. Or he moved it to above the refrigerator and been in a drawer or something. She has received postcards from him from jail.
Oh, she's received postcards
And I
from
can
him.
show the court the exhibits that I plan to admit as well.
She's not by the mic, so I know it's hard to hear. I'm trying not to talk over her so I can hear, so I can tell y'all what she's saying for those of you who are missing it. With her being a teacher, that she doesn't want to be on
As to the issue,
camera.
showing her face, not showing her face, I told Mr. Peters multiple times, you asked me, the defense has no position, that's court's discretion. So we're in no position as to her face. Now, Ms. Peters, excuse me, Ms. Pot, my apologies. Ms. Pot did bring up one issue related to, I guess, presentation evidence.
So just so that we're clear, before we move on to specific parts of the evidence, you're indicating that you don't have an objection to her face not being shown.
I don't have an objection to the face being shown, not shown, we're in no position on that.
Okay.
Judge, we do have concerns regarding the text messages.
Mhm.
Basically, I believe that there is authentication and there is hearsay issue as to those text messages, which Ms. Pot just referenced. A lot of this whole different matter.
Okay, well, I think we do need to make a record when she gets here. I, at this point, would be inclined to just instruct the media not to show her face, but her testimony would still be available to be recorded and disseminated. So, but I do think we need to make a record. The cases and the statute talks about there having to be some established reason for the court to deviate from the provisions of the Rule 22. So we can address that more when she gets here.
And just for the record, I am making this motion on her behalf. But I also can provide, if the court deems it appropriate, I can provide copies of the exhibits to the media if that would help alleviate any kind of issues.
All right. Why don't we talk about the text messages since we have some time?
May I provide a copy to the clerk? These are marked, and I included them in the states exhibit 73.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting testimony. This is the chick he was dating in Nashville while he was on the run and told her that he was from Louisiana. He said he was proud of his Lexus car because it was something he deserved. But that's the car that he stole from his mom after he allegedly murdered her and took off in it for 8 months.
Okay, so Mr. Queen, tell me what your issue is with this exhibit.
Judge, we have not received, we have the text messages. We have not received a certified or any type of business representation as to the authenticity of the records.
The authenticity of these screenshots?
Correct.
So,
And we don't have a phone bill, we don't have anything where that's how we will call.
so why can't she just identify the screenshots?
Well, the screenshots are also the hearsay within the screenshots.
Okay, what's the hearsay?
Hearsay is allegedly from this person, Nick. And we have authenticated that Nick, in this case, who's supposed to be sending messages, isn't the thing.
But if she can testify that that's how she was introduced to him and that's the name that he provided, that's who she communicated with, and that's who she knew as Mick, and Mick is this person in her phone, what other authentication is required?
Well, I guess the question is, like you said, Judge, we had to have a bunch of foundations.
Right.
And like presuming that all the foundation issues are taken care of, then I think our issues will be alleviated.
Okay.
But
Have you had an opportunity to speak to her?
No.
Have you tried to?
We reached out to, actually, yeah, we did speak to her, way back when. We did speak to her way back when.
So you did speak to her?
Yes, we spoke to her
Did
way years ago.
Talk to her about these
We have
messages?
not.
Okay. Do you need some time to speak to her about the messages?
So he gave us probably like 3 minutes to talk to her, just to ask about the messages. And then, like I said, if the state can lay the proper foundation, all things will be an issue.
Okay. All right. Are there any other issues we need to address?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right. So, let me get that back. All right. Okay, anything else from the state?
Yeah.
No,
All right, well, we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, so they're in recess till 1 o'clock. So we have about an hour. So basically, I know that they weren't standing near the mic, so it was really hard to hear all of that. But they are talking about this is Miss Richardson. This is the one who, I guess, her plane landed this morning. She's going to be coming in to testify. She knew him as Mick. He said that he was from Louisiana. She would stay with him often. She lived in Nashville, somewhere near Music Row. He would come stay with her. She didn't know anything about all of this stuff going on, but all she knew about him was everything that he had told her. And so I guess they're wanting to show her phone where she had him saved as Mick, and that was to, verify that that was the name that he was going by. She met him on, I think they said, a dating app, and she doesn't want to be on camera because she's a teacher. She's already had news cameras on her lawn before this, and she has a pretty common name, so she's not worried about her name necessarily, but she doesn't want her face shown. And basically, I feel like the prosecutor just gave us her whole life story. So I guess when she comes in, we're going to hear a lot of that. But that's a new thing that I hadn't heard before, that he was sending her postcards from jail. So that's kind of crazy. I know jail had postcards, but that's a new one for me too. I don't know. Well, so the ex-wife was, that's a good question to me. So the ex-wife was, when she testified yesterday, said that she served him with divorce papers 5 days after everything happened with the financial crimes. And So I believe they would have been divorced by this point, because after the financial crimes, he went through trial for all of that, was convicted, had the 2 weeks where he was supposed to get his affairs in order and then turn himself in. And then that's when this happened. So all of this, it was February 1st of 2019 when he was supposed to turn himself in, and he didn't. And so February 2nd is when they found Shirley's body. Okay, Casey Smith, good to know. So Jody Arias used to send out postcards too. I didn't even know that was a thing. Wish you were here postcards, maybe? No. Yeah, Kelly, that's kind of what I was thinking too. What would be on those? That's really funny, Angie. That would be actually a perfect one. Okay, you have to Johnny says you have to purchase them through the account you have set up. Yeah, it would definitely be more like wish I was there postcards. That's fun. Look who's here. Hi, Recovery Addict. Hello, hello. We've been talking about you. They just went to lunch. My lunch is just a coffee. But we were just talking about you. I was telling them that I'm going to have to, as soon as my stream ends, the first thing I'm going to have to do is go watch your interview with Dr. G. I can't wait to see what he says about Zachariah Anderson and the sentencing and body language and all that hidden stuff, all that fun stuff that people like me don't know anything about. We get to hear that about it. Ensure max protein. Mine is a coffee. So. Hopes, yeah, the audio in this is not so great, depending on where they're standing. They have in it's so loud that it's deafening, and then in other parts where they're not standing near the microphone, you can't hear what they're saying very well, but you can hear people banging around. So. Hi, Laura Ferris. Author Mommy Murder Case is getting interesting. I've been following this one since you sent it to me a while back. I have been watching this one, and I have some updates on my phone that I haven't even got to read yet that I've bookmarked. I'm excited to go back and watch this one as soon as we're done. Of course you can. Let me send you a link. I would love that. Oh God, my internet's starting to freeze. Now it's starting to slow down. I'm trying to send you the link. Okay, I sent it to you. I'm trying to. Yeah, let's see.
Hey, hey. Did I break the internet? I can see Brandi, but I'm not sure if she can hear me. Can anyone else see me? Does my voice sound weird? It's my show now, says Vikrams. I cannot hear Brandi. She's froze up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. How's it going?
It's funny because my internet has been so fast all day. It's been going so great, and I've been scared to even mention it and say anything because I haven't had any glitches, and then this is the first glitch. But
man,
whatever. I know they're working on it on the floor below me, but
oh man, is the fiber installed and it's supposed to be working or?
Yeah, it's been so fast all morning. It's been amazing all morning. So I don't know if maybe they're testing something downstairs or something. This is the first glitch I've had the whole time, but everything's been
it just
doing
happens to coincide
great
with
up
as
till
soon
now.
as I send a message on your channel. I promise I didn't do
course.
it. I promise. How's the trial been this
okay.
morning? I haven't been able to see any of it yet. Is it going well?
Yeah, we had the testimony from the cell phone ping person, like the cell tower person, and then we had the person who is with the FBI who did, or with the place, like his ankle monitor where he cut it off. So he testified about the GPS location and how they kind of tracked him, and then when he cut it off, they ended up finding it in a trash can at a Quick Trip and stuff like that. So
awesome.
it's
Now
been
this is the
interesting.
genius
Yeah.
who stole his mom's Lexus, right? After he murders her,
Mm-hmm.
and was still driving
Mhm.
it like 8 months later, right?
Yeah.
What an amateur.
And
What an
apparently
amateur
we just
move.
heard, and he was apparently bragging to his new girlfriend in Nashville about how he loves his Lexus and he is so proud of it and he deserves it. So interesting.
What a piece of junk.
I know, right?
That is nuts. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. And
So
this
how
is
did
from
your
your
interview with Dr. G go?
It was fantastic. I'm
I'm
always nervous.
so excited to see it.
Anytime I have Dr. G on, this is the third time we've had him on. I'm so nervous because I'm always like touching my face. I'm like, oh great, what does that mean? If I do this, if I scratch my nose, if I scratch my head, he's reading me like a book, right? Like what is he seeing about me? And so I'm always trying to just be. I'm like, now I'm too proper, and now I'm nervous. I'm sweating bullets the entire time. And I did it over StreamYard and you know the difficulties of StreamYard and chat and how that works. And so I was missing questions like crazy and had a couple people that were pretty excited about hearing Solomon's side and not so much about Dr. G in chat. So we had to sort of smooth everything out. The mods were working overtime on that and it was fun. It was really good. But he's just amazing. I love his take on things. He's calls it like he sees it. If I lived in Georgia, I would sign up for regular visits with him. Let me lay on the couch, talk to you for a while, get everything sorted out in my head because he's just a great guy.
Yeah. I'm excited to see it. I have it. I had popped over because up until my glitch a minute ago, my internet's been crazy fast. So I was able to even pull you up on my other monitor and go in and I could see y'all, but I had you muted. So I was like, I can't wait to come over. We were talking about you over here. So I know we have a lot of the same people and I just saw a comment. Somebody said they were hiding from you because they felt like they were cheating on you.
Jennifer Perut, no. You're not cheating. There's enough internet to go around. There may be cases that Brandi's following that you want to follow and that I'm not following. Please don't feel bad about following Brandi and that case. We'll be flipping back and forth. There are sometimes that I wish I was on Brandi's stream watching what she's following instead of what I was doing, but don't feel bad about that at all. So there's plenty of internet to go around.
Yeah, and that's the good thing about YouTube too is you can always catch me on a replay. So it's and a bunch of people were saying, oh yeah, I have one on one stream and one on TV and one on phone or one on iPad and one on whatever. So
I don't know how you guys do that. I mean, I'll have like 6 streams going, but it has to be sort of like I can have 6 helicopters of the same police chase, and that I'm fine with. But if you've got like one trials and jury watch or verdict watch, and one's doing opening statements, and other one's presenting evidence, I can only focus on one at a time. My wife, on the other hand, if she could do 3 picture in a picture on her iPad at the same time, she would, and all of them would be going at 2 times speed with the volume up, and she would be getting every word of it. Just amazing. I do not have that skill though, not at all.
I don't either. I can't focus on that. Okay, so and we had talked earlier too, as we've been kind of chatting in between stuff. So I know you have Solomon on is it Tuesday?
Yeah, Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the morning.
His brother, Tuesday.
He's going to be on. Had a great talk with him, and I was a little worried. I said, look, I want you to know up front that I'm on the jury's side on this one, and so I don't want you to come in and think that that I am something I'm not. And so we had a great talk about it. He's incredibly respectful. He can outspeak me, hands down. He's eloquent. He's charismatic and just I'm so excited. And I said, just don't make me look like an idiot on my own show. That's all I'm asking. I'm begging. And I promise not to hit you with any curveballs or try to make you look bad. And he's a very respectful guy. And so I'm looking forward to the talk, and I hope to learn a ton from it. I said, you never know, you might convince me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I'm excited to see that too. I wish I could catch it live, but because I want to see all the questions and answers and all that too. But I'll definitely be on replay. Carmen, is that who we're talking about? It's Zachariah Anderson. His brother is going to be on Recovery Addict Show on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So.
And Monday we have all the
connection on Sunday.
We've got all the stuff going with BK's trial. We've got 3 different hearings happening on Monday. One of which is just scheduling the hearing that will take place that may affect how we're able to watch, or if we're able to watch that one when it actually goes down.
Yeah.
So lots of news will be happening out of Idaho on that. We're going to try to pick up a new trial with the Family Feud trial starting next week. If we can get our feeds lined up. So that's our goal, is to pick up that trial. But there's always another trial, right? There's always something to watch out there.
Yeah.
If that doesn't work, we'll get something else.
Yeah.
But we're taking a
And
little
I
bit
sent
of a
you,
break. I saw the docs for
I don't know
BK,
if you,
the charts.
yeah. So I did there were two things that people kept asking me about, and asking me to help with some of the data visualization stuff. And that was him driving there and him leaving, and like that whole time frame. So I did the Churchwell chart for, the stuff I have yet, or the stuff that I have on there. And it's not the complete one yet. I have everything on there that I've been able to, in all my spare time, everything I've been able to. So I know that there may be more stuff in some of the newer information, but everything from the original, 800 pages of whatever stuff that was, everything that is on that with the time stuff. And then everything that's in the, like a light gray shade is not, and I how I am about stuff being accurate. So everything that's like lightly shaded is based on people's testimony or statements, as opposed to actual data points and that type of thing. So yeah. So, but I've got that chart, and then I've got the two maps showing, where he went. The thing that's interesting to me is on the way home after alleged, him allegedly being there, the murders. I feel like I have to say alleged, but the thing that's interesting to me is he takes the long way home, which isn't too weird because, it seems like he's staying off the main interstate. But what's weird is that not weird, but interesting. There's about 15 minutes where he's still got his phone off or in airplane mode. He's not on cameras. So between the time he leaves the neighborhood and then the time his phone turns back on, there's about 15 minutes where he has to have stopped somewhere, parked somewhere, gone somewhere, because that
Gotten rid of
32 minute drive. Yeah. That 32-minute drive took I think 50 something minutes. I can't remember exactly what it was. I put it on there, but so I'd be really curious to know, where was he? What was he doing during those 15 minutes?
And didn't he go all the way down to the Snake River or something and then back up?
Yeah.
So it was quite a ways.
It's like the data points show, it's the way there, it's kind of like a straight shot right here. So on the way there, kind of like the interstate goes up. On the way down, he went way, way down here, way further around. So
that's
interesting.
A big area to search. If there's evidence or something that he disposed of or hid, or something, that it's a ton of ground to cover for the police. But not sure if they'll ever find that. Plus, with the river, you throw something in that river and it's gone. It's just there's no chance of recovering that. Crazy.
This is a huge one. It's been Idaho 4 has been trending on Twitter for days, weeks. But
I'm like 99% sure we're going to hear his guilty or not guilty plea. I think there are some judges that basically at this point won't even allow somebody to, will strongly discourage anyone from even pleading guilty at this point, because it's so early in the investigation. It's so early there. They have not read through the 51 terabytes of data that's been dumped on their laps in discovery. And I was telling them, I think I was talking to Ivan the other day when he called, and I have a little a solid state disk drive. Okay. It can hold 1 terabyte of data. It is 90% full. And in the 10% that's available, I have room for 43 hours of high definition video, like 1080p video. And you do the math out, and it's like 18,000 hours of HD video could fit on there. It's just crazy how much data is on there, and it would take so much time to go over. And there could be little bits buried in there that they need for their defense. And of course, the prosecution is not going to highlight those and say, "Oh, you might want to look on page 10, or page 5,000." They're turning it all over. So they're going to want some more time. There'll be delays for sure on this one.
Them telling me I'm freezing. It's been perfect all day. I must be doing something or testing something while they're at lunch, but it's been so high speed all day.
I think StreamYard is prioritizing my connection to you over your connection out. So maybe if I hang up, it might just go perfect again.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I don't know. My little thing up here says I'm unstable all of a sudden, which little bit.
Is that like your smartwatch is telling you, or is this like your connection?
Well, both my connection, my smartwatch, my family, most of my friends, everybody's telling me I'm unstable. Yeah,
that's awesome.
So,
well, I will. I'll jump off. I know you got lunch here. I've got to pack for my little camping trip, taking my boys out. We're gonna do the podcast tonight. I'm gonna try to connect to the podcast from the woods, from like the deep woods. I think also this afternoon I'm finally ordering that little piece of hardware that'll let me go live from any courthouse, from anywhere, have high-speed internet connection anywhere I go. So we'll keep my fingers crossed. I've got to just make sure they can send me the right stuff. But anyway, so fun things are happening. Trials for us starts again next week.
Yes.
Excited about your trial. I can't wait to catch up on a little bit because it sounds crazy. It's Murdaugh 2 in so many ways. Can't wait to hear the testimony of the marshals, and I'd love if they have video of them taking him down. Just the marshals are like the Texas Rangers; they're like the heroes of the internet or of the law enforcement side. So, anyway, awesome. Thanks for letting me pop in a little bit and steal all your bandwidth. So, I'll jump out.
Thank you for coming out. You are welcome here anytime. Thank you so much.
Have a great stream. We'll see everybody.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Love him. We'll see if this changes my my internet at all. It's so hard. It's been going so perfect all day. So we'll see. The courtroom feed though will still be isn't connected to my bandwidth, so that will still be fine. So even if I freeze, court will go on. Trying to click on y'all's comments to show that. Oh, click on enjoy your camping trip with little RAs. It's not letting me. No. There we go. Let's see. I'm trying to disconnect everything else. Yes, I got it's not letting me click. I got my new internet yesterday. It has been going perfectly all day long. So now it's glitching. I don't know. I know that they're installing it on the floor below me, so they might be using it they might be testing something or resetting something or doing something. I don't know. But hopefully they'll be done with whatever they're doing soon, because it's been so nice not having to worry about any of it. But even if I end up glitchy, court's not going to be glitchy because that's coming from a different bandwidth. So that part will be good. And we've still been amazing, and I've been able to multitask and do all these things and have multiple things going, and everything's been great. So I know they're installing it on the floor below me. All right, I'm going to put our countdown back on. Okay, good. I rebooted StreamYard, so hopefully that helped. And then if it's them doing something downstairs, hopefully they're done. So everything after I rebooted looks good now. So okay, so everything's looking better. Good. Pull it up on my phone too so I can make sure. That way I can see it. I can't always see on StreamYard when it starts getting glitchy, but I can see on my phone. Usually. Okay, let's see. So I believe that, and that's totally fine. I'm all for parties, especially on Friday. Okay. Double checking, making sure. Okay. So while we have another couple minutes, I want to pull up while they're still working on stuff downstairs. I'm scared to pull too much bandwidth while they're testing. They might be testing something downstairs. So hopefully it's just because they're going to lunch, and by the time Court comes back, they'll leave us alone. But Court, like I said, is on a different bandwidth. So if it does, if I do start getting glitchy, carry on, and I will be back shortly. I wanted to pull up the Some of y'all may have seen on my Twitter where I had posted a tweet about a case that is coming up. And I got notice that the motion, where did I say it? Here it is. Okay, so I had tweeted the other day, I have a friend, she's old college roommate, and she and I have been for decades. That shows how old I am. She was much, but she's awesome. So I'm going to put out a video for this, but sorry, I'm trying to watch because I'm trying to make sure that this is not going crazy against them. I'm just talking to myself while y'all can't hear me. So my college roommate basically told me about this friend named Lori that she had, and she said that her friend Lori went missing, or her friend Lori's husband went missing. Everything around it was kind of sketchy. Nothing really made sense. They said that her and her husband said that, oh, it looks like that thing just fixed. Am I clear again? I think so. Sorry, I can't multitask. Y'all see how good I am at that. Okay, so apparently her husband was missing. Everything around it was kind of sketchy. She got started dating somebody else, got married again. Her kids and my friend's kids were friends. They went to the same school. Kids were the same class. They became friends with Lori and her new husband. They had them over, did bonfires, roasted marshmallows, all of that stuff. She saw Lori the last time at the kids' school the day before, I think February 15th is the last time she saw her. And February 16th, the very next day, I guess, police showed up at Lori's house to do a welfare check on her husband, who had not been seen since 2015. Well, it turned out that Lori has now been arrested. It turns out she actually shot him in the back of the head, buried him on their property, and built the fire pit over him with a concrete slab. So my friend found out that the marshmallows that they were roasting were over her dead husband's body. And if you see this fire pit, I mean, the fire pit isn't huge, but the concrete is. It's kind of like the their property. I mean, it's a big area, and they had their kids out there roasting marshmallows on it. Well, this all happened in November 2015 is when he disappeared. And it was a little over 2 years later. It was February of 2018 when they did the wellness check. Now, the reason that it took so long is because she still had his social media, and she was, she had his phone. She was texting people, telling them, she texted and quit the job, said, I'm going to leave my job to work on my marriage. Texted his friends and said, leave me alone. I'm, I don't want to be weird. I'm going to work on my marriage, or I'm moving to California. There were things about California and about Georgia and about New York and about even Afghanistan. I think she put on his Facebook that he moved to Afghanistan. So she's telling people that he's stalking her, and that he is Oh, I'm going in and out again, I guess. He's, you know, she's telling people that he's stalking her, and she's saying that police reports that she had to make, and how she had to go to the police department and they had to search for trackers in her car that she, you know, that he had put in there. All kinds of crazy stuff. And there were actually never any police reports. There was never any use on his debit card after, right after, there was a little bit within a couple weeks after he disappeared, and then after that, nothing. His Florida driver's license expired, and he never had another license anywhere else. I'm trying to be again. Hopefully they're done soon. So even his family, you know, his niece tried to reach out to him on Facebook, and he said, you know, I don't know who you are, leave me alone. You know, she sold his tools and his guns and all kinds of stuff. So it's a crazy story, and I'm going to be putting out a video on that soon, because that's a trial that I'm going to be covering, of course, because so, you know, got a personal connection to me. But here's one of the cases. She tried to say that her daughter who's 14 now, is wanting to testify that it was her who did it. Now, her daughter was 7 at the time. 7. So she's now wanting to say that wanting her daughter to testify, say that she did it, that she, you know, is the one who pulled the trigger. From what I understand from my friends who know her, you know, she's very manipulative. I think this is years of trying to, you know, manipulate the daughter, put ideas in her head, that type thing. I mean, she was 7 at the time, and he was shot in the back of the head with a .38 caliber revolver. So it's awful. But the court, I think, denied her motion. So I haven't had a chance to read over the court documents yet, but I guess the court denied her motion to have her daughter testify for that. So when I get a chance to read through the court papers, because I don't want to give any wrong information, I have to read through everything pretty thoroughly. When I get all the information for the court papers, I will finish the video and I'll tweet, I'll put it on my Facebook. But crazy story. Crazy story. She has, so the new husband, because this is one of the questions that I've gotten a lot as on Twitter and stuff when I tweeted. The new husband was not dating her at the time, but there was somebody who was dating her at the time. He was married to somebody else. She started having an affair with this guy who is married to somebody else, and she was dating him or having this affair when she killed her husband. But here's the thing, he didn't know that. They started dating around, I think, September. And I see I'm freezing again. They started dating around September, and it was November when she killed her husband. And then it was December when he was invited over to her house for the first time. She was wanting him to leave his wife, and he didn't. So she started getting mad. She even sent flowers to the guy that she was having an affair with, to his wife, saying that they were from Mike, her husband, who at this point was already dead. And Mike had sent her flowers saying, with a poem that said, "Roses are red, violets are blue. My wife is a whore and your husband is too," and said that they were having an affair. So she was pretending to be her dead husband in order to get this guy's wife to get mad enough to leave him, which is nuts. And used his Facebook, have, conversations for like, I can't remember how many months they said. I have it all in my paperwork, but was having conversations with him, telling, or with her, telling her that he put a spy app in her phone, and he was like, here, I'll send you, proof. So she sent him, pretending to be her husband, her dead husband, she sent him explicit texts and pictures and all kinds of stuff in order to get the wife mad enough to leave him. Gave her the name of a divorce attorney. When she had mentioned at one point, the wife had mentioned to her at one point something about staying with the husband, she said, pretending to be Mike, she said, "Oh, well, I think Laurie's pregnant." So she was still trying to pull everything she could to get the wife to leave him so that she could have him to herself. She got his name in a heart tattooed on top of her neck regions. I don't know how to say that on daytime streaming. So he ended up breaking it off with her to work on his marriage. So then she started dating this other guy, Travis, who she is now married to. Travis was not around when the murder happened, but there are questions about him only because the fire pit and the concrete was built after they started dating. He helped her with the concrete slab, and he rented the concrete mixer. It was rented in his name. There was like 42 bags of concrete were purchased from Lowe's from their joint bank account. So there's questions about if he knew what they were covering or not, but it's going to be a wild one. So for those of you just joining in, this is my decades-long friend, my college roommate, who I've known for years and years. This is a friend of hers that lives near her in her hometown, or not hometown, but the town that she lived in now. She also moved to Florida when she left Georgia. So she lives here in Florida. This is somebody who lives in Claremont, Florida. So near Orlando. And crazy story. Yeah, her husband that went missing. I'm going to put a video out on it with all the details once I have time to finish going over all the extra court papers. It'll probably be after the weekend, the way that things have been going with how busy everything is. But I want to make sure I go through all the court papers that they just released with her trying to get it approved for her 14-year-old daughter, who was 7 at the time, to come on and say, or to testify and say that it was her, not her mom. There is a video that she put out with her attorney on YouTube, and I'll find the link for that and I'll tweet it. But there's an attorney, and it's her attorney and her, and they're sitting on a dock, and she's asking, I believe there's even a GoFundMe where she's asking for money for fees to fight this, and she's saying that she's just a mother, that all she cares about is her case. Her name is Laurie, Lauri, last name Shaver, Shaver. And so it's pretty wild. So yeah, when that does go to trial, which now they've denied the daughter's motion. I don't know. There's no trial date yet, but I'm following it. I will be covering it because I believe my friend is going to call as a witness. I can't give too much information, but there are some things that were said that I can't give too much information yet. But I'm going to be covering this, and I'm going to have videos. I'm doing a video to kind of give all the information on it, but I also have her, that, and have some connections to the family. I'm going to be doing some deep dive on the stuff and kind of get some of the real story coming out, as opposed to just what she's trying to tell people. So she has 4 kids. 2 of them are with her husband that she killed, and then the other 2 are with her husband, who I guess their marriage is not actually legal, because she never got divorced from her husband that she killed, and he was not declared dead or anything. So she got married with him just being missing but having no divorce. So their marriage wasn't actually legal, which I guess he didn't know. He thought that she had divorced him. That's what she told him. He was not reported missing because she told everybody that he took off, and she had his phone and his social media and was telling everybody that, pretending to be him, that he was taking off. So crazy stuff. Yeah, my connection is choppy. I think they've been installing the internet. They installed it my floor yesterday, which is why my internet's been fantastic all day. But I think now they're installing it downstairs. So I'll be choppy for a little bit till they finish doing whatever they're doing, and then I'll go back to normal. But the court stream won't be choppy. It's coming from a different bandwidth. Yeah. Roasting marshmallows over her dead husband's grave. Crazy, right? Crazy. Yeah. And my friend was there roasting marshmallows too with their children, and didn't know that it was over his body. Crazy. When they found him, he had, I think, shorts and underwear and socks on. There was a sheet around him, some ratchet straps. Crazy. So lots of stuff. But yeah, to try to get, your daughter, who was 7 at the time, and she's saying the daughter wants to testify. She, this is voluntary, that she wants to tell everybody that she did it. But from heard from all my inside sources, this has been years of her manipulating her daughter. I mean, she was 7 at the time, she doesn't know how to work a 38. And even if she did, she couldn't have gotten at the angle to shoot him in the back of the head. He was standing in the doorway. A 7-year-old could not have gotten up that high, even if she knew how to use her mom's 38. Ballard, she's a friend of my friends. So I didn't really know her personally. I just know the people who know her. Craziness. But yeah, my college roommates were friends with her, and one of them is friends with her new husband, and it's crazy. Crazy. Yeah, Casey, I think that's what's been happening too. I think that she's, trying to use her daughter to get out of trouble, maybe thinking that they won't go hard on So crazy. We got about 15 minutes left until court starts. It shows I'm clear again for now. We'll see how that goes. The charts earlier too, if y'all were here for Recovery Addicts being on here, and we were talking about Brian Koberger, those charts that I was talking about where I mapped out the data for Brian Koberger, those are on my website. So it's they're on brandychurchwell.com. It's Brandi with an I, brandychurchwell.com. Yeah, it looks good on my end too. My little thing is gone. I don't want to jinx it again. They may be getting ready to go to lunch. So they may have just been testing the stuff that they've installed now. I can hear the drills and stuff. I don't know. I have the thing on my microphone so that hoping that y'all can't hear it. So I don't know if you've been able to hear the drills. When it's gotten real loud, I try to mute my microphone, but I know they've been doing the floor below me today. So, but this morning has been a dream on the internet. Everything has gone fast. It has been amazing. I could do multiple things all at once. So hopefully we're back to that. The Koberger stuff is brandychurchwell.com. There's different buttons on there for some of the charts I did for Lori Vallow, some of the ones I did for Murdoch, some of the ones I did, and now the ones I've done for BK. So they are on there. Yeah, Angie, I should have learned my lesson. I'm not mentioning it again. That which will not be named. Not mentioning it again. Yes. Wild story. Totally crazy. But incredibly interesting, and I can't wait to cover the trial, especially with all of the craziness now with her trying to get her daughter, because it's crazy on its own, just the fire pit part, but then you add in the affair with sending flowers and stuff, and then you add in the stuff with the new husband and everything, and then it's like icing on the cake trying to get her daughter, who was 7, to take. I do have doggy pics. I could actually, I think they're in my other folder. I'm scared to pull anything on my internet while they're still messing with it. We'll show some on stream tonight. Jen Isaacson, this is of my college roommate's friend that used to be friend. Their kids went to school together and they were friends with them. Her name is Laurie, Laurie Shaver. And I think she's out on bond. Yeah, my little blurry thing came back. I shouldn't have mentioned it, but I know they're still messing with something downstairs. Yeah, Shireen, I agree. Just divorce your husbands off them. The thing that is interesting to me about too is she, by doing this, I guess she technically got rid of him so she could try to move things forward with this other guy, but that's her father of her children. You know, she has two kids that are going to grow up without a dad. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm checking my stuff. It looks like they're still working on it downstairs, but we have movement in the courtroom. I'm dropping things. Yeah, Dusty, it would be nice if divorces were cheaper than weddings. Mine definitely wasn't. He wanted everything I had worked for. Let's see. I'm going to test my non-5 wine and see if it's a better connection. 1 second. Yeah, it's sad. Welcome, Alyssa. At least all the glitches have happened on lunch break. So nothing from court. So that part has been amazing. I'm about to check the other Wi-Fi stream to see, or strength to see if it's better than what I'm on right now. I'm glad you've been lurking. Okay, is that better? I think that should be better. We got about a little less than 4 minutes before they come back. Yes, I was muted. I'd called someone else in to ask them about what was going on downstairs, trying to get an update to find out about my stuff. So I was talking to somebody else, so I was muted. So it looked like I was talking to myself or to Lucy. Hey, Tracy. Hi. Y'all, Tracy is one of the original wine moms. If y'all see us laughing about it on Twitter, we were called wine moms, and it was supposed to be an insult, but we embraced it. And we have laughed about it. Tracy, so this case is Richard Merritt from Georgia. He had gotten convicted for some financial crimes. He was supposed to be turning himself in to do 15 years in prison. And on the night he was supposed to turn himself in, he allegedly killed his mom right after she cooked him his last dinner. And then he stole her car. He went on the run for 8 months before they found him in Nashville, living under a fake name, dating a woman who is, I think, about to take the stand. And basically on the lam for 8 months. So they finally caught up to him, and now he's on trial. But he's been compared to like a mini Murdaugh. He only stole, it was from 17 clients, he stole it was a little less than $500,000. Yep, mini Murdaugh. OG wine mom. Yes, it's been great all day. I just realized I have a big knot in my hair and I'm trying to get it out. It's probably not the best time to do it, huh? Oh, let's see. Yeah, the mom's car that he stole is what got him caught. That's how they caught him. So that's what he gets. Hello, Distant. Here's another OG. Distant was my very first friend on Twitter, really. We don't agree on anything, ever. Literally never. Everything that we've watched as far as trials go, we disagree on everything. But always very respectfully. So I respect his opinion on things. He respects mine. We just very rarely agree. But I love that. I love hearing different opinions. I love hearing people who don't agree with me explain to me why without being rude or condescending or angry. And he does a great job of that, which is why it's kind of ironic. My very first friend is one that we didn't agree on anything. Literally anything. My birthday is Christmas Eve. I was a Christmas Eve baby. Yeah, I love a good civil disagreement too, because I like hearing. I still may not agree with you, but I like to understand where you're coming from and why you think that. And also tonight, we are, if y'all are just joining us and you don't know, tonight for our Friday night stream, Night Court, we are going to be summarizing day 2 of the babysitter trial. We're going to watch the girlfriend's testimony. We're going to watch his testimony. We're going to watch the judge admonish him for his behavior. Then the closing arguments and then the verdict. So this one got wild. And we are going to go over it tonight. Also tonight we have Gigi. You would probably know her as Pretty Lies and Alibis. She is joining us tonight on the stream as well. It'll be 8:45, 7:45 Central. So she's going to join us. She's going to talk to us about the Lori Vallow stuff. She was in the court. She's going to tell us, and she's been following this from the very beginning. She's going to tell us all about what she saw and give us some insider info. My coffee's leaking. Yeah, Gigi's awesome. So she's going to be with us 8:45, 7:45 Central. She's the best. Let's see. I know I've missed a few things. Yeah, Distant was the very first one to tell me to make a YouTube. And so I finally made one. I started making my recap videos because he bullied me into it. I'm joking. He didn't bully me, but he was the first one to tell me to do it. So I started doing my recap videos, and then Recovery Addict made me come on his stream live, which is my first time doing a live one. So that's how you ended up here with me today. Let's see. Cannot find any complete testimony on which trial? On the cold case trial? Yes, tune in. It'll be awesome. Yeah, I binge watched a lot of her stuff. When I found her, I sat there and binge watched or binge listened, depending on where I was listening at. Yeah, Heather, I wanted to cover this one because this murder happened in my cousin's neighborhood. And my whole family is from around this area. They keep talking about Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain has a park, Stone Mountain Park. And that was my mom's very first job when she was in high school was at Stone Mountain Park. I used to go there all the time growing up. I still go to Stone Mountain Park when I go visit. But all of this is my old stomping grounds. Thank you, Dusty Den. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, she has put so much work into it. I cannot wait to pick her brain tonight. So we're going to do a little bit of a Q&A. So bring your questions and log on. The link is already up on my YouTube channel, I think. So bring your questions, anything you want to know, and she will be answering all kinds of stuff. I have all kinds of stuff I want to know. Nan R, why are they looking for your neighbor? I hope everything's okay. I'm trying to catch up. I'm a little bit behind on chat. Sorry. Thank you so much, Jenny, GA. Thank you. Thank you. It's been really cool to grow our little community. Yeah, that's one of the things I like about Gigi too, is she's not dry and scripted. She's just herself, and she's got that that Southern sass too that I have and I can relate to. I think in like people have commented on it in some of my Letitia videos and stuff like that. Like in some of the, even some of the Zachariah Anderson videos, the that Southern sass coming out, and she's got that same thing. I love it. Let's see. Oh, I was wrong. JT just corrected me. The live stream link is not up yet, but it will be open at 5 p.m. Eastern. So you can get on there and start chatting. But it'll be on my YouTube channel too, and we will tweet it out. Let's see. Thank you so much, Melissa Dotson. I appreciate that. It has been a whirlwind for sure, but I've enjoyed it. I think I got the questions. Let's see. I am from Loganville, like Loganville, Walnut Grove. I was born in Tucker, and that's where I lived when I was real little. And then my family, we moved to Loganville. Ouch. Oh, crap. Oh, sorry. What am I just... Sorry, I just got a text. One of my friends is getting engaged. Congratulations. I guess, oh crap isn't the right response. Congratulations would have been a better response. Sorry. Oh. That's awesome. Congratulations to them. Let's see. I hear microphone. Come back here at 8:45 for night court. Yes, yes, yes. We're going to wrap up the cold case babysitter trial tonight and go over that stuff after we talk to Gigi. It's crazy, and there's some stuff that you're going to hear that's going to ruffle your feathers when you hear this guy on the witness stand, but this one got wild. But it's a cold case. So this is like 33 years in the making, and this mama is finally getting justice. So let's see. Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve is my birthday. Yes. The late stream is night court. Somebody mentioned Bull earlier. He was my favorite. And the night court tonight, we're going to be wrapping up after we hang with Gigi for a little bit. We're going to be wrapping up the cold case babysitter trial. And then next week is when we start our throwback trials for night court, which I'm so excited about. So we're going to do, and tonight, if you show up tonight, we're going to do a poll on what our first throwback trial is going to be. So we've got it narrowed down to some of our favorite infamous trials. So come on tonight, 8:45, 7:45 Central, and y'all can vote on our first throwback trial for night court. How fun is that? I cannot wait for that. It's something that we are so excited about because I don't know of anywhere else that's doing that. And how cool would it be for us all to be able to watch some of those together? I'm so excited. Yes, there's a verdict. We are going to watch the verdict tonight. And this is a death penalty case. So this is a big one. So we're going to wrap all that up tonight. Yeah, I shouldn't have said. I hope that my friends who just got engaged aren't watching this. You can see me say, oh crap, instead of congratulations. Yes, Alyssa K, he is infuriating. The last hour and a half is what you've missed. That means you have not missed anything important. We've been at lunch for pretty much that whole time. They took a little bit of an extended lunch break. I think when we come back, we are supposed to have Miss Richards. Was it Richards or Richardson? I can't remember. This is the chick that he was dating in Nashville when he was on the run. And I believe her plane landed this morning, and she is on the way, or is probably, I'm assuming, already there. So yes, funny like the real night court. So that's one of the things too about doing the throwback trials. We like to laugh at the ridiculous. We make fun of the, stupid criminals. We make fun of the stupid things that they do and say. We make fun of attorneys that annoy us. We like to laugh and have fun with everything. So not all of these trials are able to be, there are parts where, and if y'all have ever seen me on stream, you will see like there are parts when, they're given testimony and I will sit here and just cry like a baby and my face will be red and I'll be all snotty and gross and, just, and then there are also times when we are laughing so hard that we cannot catch our breath. So it just kind of depends, but we like to, experience the tough stuff together, but we love to laugh, especially with the night court, because we want to be able to, unwind before bed and have some of those fun moments. So with the throwback trials, I think that will lend itself to that a lot, which we're so excited about. Oh, we have the judge.
Yes, sir.
Judge, on the break, we were speaking to your assistant, and there's an issue that maybe the live stream is still streaming everything in the courtroom after the camera's off.
I think there's some kind of a delay, because I noticed that too. There may be a delay in what's actually being presented versus what's happening. So are you looking at it online?
No, just the information that I received that during breaks there was recording.
Okay. So tell me some more.
I received information from Attorney Campbell confirming me that family members were watching live streams and that they were aware that there was talks or the nights were recording during the breaks and not being shown.
Okay. During which breaks?
The hot mics that they could hear, microphones from the courtroom on the YouTube channel.
Okay. All right. Well,
They're telling them about our hot mics that we can hear.
are you saying that, okay, so I'm trying to understand, are you saying that it's being recorded and broadcast on the website, or?
I'm not sure if it was the website, but it's the judge.
Okay. Do you know anything about this?
No, ma'am. Anytime you dismiss the room, we actually mute the audio and just put the camera in the envelope.
All right. And what about that big microphone you have there?
Correct. So when I mute here, it mutes that sound up there.
Okay.
So when you walked in, I just turned the sound back on.
All right. Okay. Well, we talked about this before we started. You guys need to be careful about these mics, because I can tell you that I can hear too up here some of the things that are being said at the tables.
Ooh.
So these microphones are very, very sensitive. So you just need to be mindful of that and what you have up on your computers and things like that as well. So, okay. All right, Ms. Potts, your witness here.
She is.
I'm sorry, sir. If you'll tell me your name, please.
Patrick.
What's your last name, Patrick?
I'm sorry. It's Paul Patrick.
Okay, Mr. Patrick.
Yes,
So, Mr. Patrick, I'm going to ask you to put the camera down for this next witness who's coming in to testify, just for this part of the hearing, so that I can make a determination as to whether I'm going to require that the rest of her testimony be on camera as well.
Okay, can I just face it in this direction? Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Oh, show him. Show him.
Do you
Okay.
want to have
Leave it
him
on
face
camera
it this
the whole time.
way, bring her in, and then have him turn it? Because she gotta walk, or she can walk
She's
behind
just
you.
walk
She
that
walk
way.
behind you. Okay,
If I could just have a minute to let her know what's going on.
yes.
I hope they leave it on him. I would like to see his responses. Yeah, Alyssa, give him a call. I got a friend that works in the courthouse. I'll text her and be like, tell her no. We're fine. Carry on. Yeah, I've mentioned earlier, Teresa, I want to do Scott Peterson, and I have a reason for it, and it's an unpopular opinion, but I don't think, I think it's a good possibility he didn't do it. And I know that's an unpopular opinion, let the hate mail begin, but based on actual evidence that I've seen, not news coverage, but actual stuff I've seen, that's why I want to watch the trial to see, to make up my mind. And I could be wrong. That's why I want to see the trial.
Kelly Richardson, KELLYRICHARDSON.
Kelly, you have requested that the camera not record your image. How do you believe it would affect you if you were to be shown on video?
I have fears that this will have an adverse impact on my future job prospects and potential collaborations and partnerships, publications, studies I could be involved in.
Your Honor, do you have any other questions?
Can you tell me a little bit about what you're studying and how you think this may impact you going forward?
If I'm involved in any future research,
Okay.
or if there's any potential clinical trials, things like that, that having a more publicized image might affect. I'm afraid that I'm looking for jobs.
Might form impressions from this experience that don't necessarily reflect my job qualifications.
Okay. And what is it that you're currently studying? You don't have to tell me where, but just in general, what is it that you're studying? What are you working towards?
I study disease diagnostics and different modeling techniques.
And what is the degree that you're seeking?
A PhD.
Mr. Queen, you have any questions?
No question, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to tell me
No, ma'am.
on this issue? No? Okay. All right. If you'll step out for just a moment, please. Okay, I just checked the clerk's file just to see if any objections have been filed by anyone or any other parties. And I don't see anything that's been filed into the clerk's file for me to consider. So if the defense doesn't have any objection to the request, then I would grant the request and just ask Mr. Patrick that we continue what you just did, which is to allow her to walk behind you and turn the camera this way while she's testifying.
Okay.
But the audio will still be, can still be recorded and can be broadcast. Okay, thank you. All right, you ready to bring the jury out?
Yeah, I named my son after the baby that was never born, Connor. That's my son's middle name because I was pregnant when that happened. And I thought it was so sad she didn't get to have her baby Connor, so I named mine Connor after Lacey Peterson's baby. Which is why I really want to go back and watch that trial. My son's named
Sure.
after that victim.
Is it okay if I don't show her face or shoot her hands below?
No, I would prefer that you didn't.
Okay.
Look at him trying to get artsy with it, though. I appreciate the effort. Wanting to do the hands. Yeah, I'm okay with not seeing her as if they're going to keep the camera on him. Welcome, Michelle. We have a new member, Michelle. Welcome. We're glad to have you here.
Y'all may be seated. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. We are ready to continue on with the testimony. The state will call its next witness.
The state calls Kelly Richardson.
I swear. Okay, you can lower your hand. Would you please state your name?
Kelly Richardson,
All right. What city do you live in, Ms. Richardson?
Nashville.
Okay. And in what area, general area of town in Nashville do you live?
In Midtown, in Music Row in Vanderbilt.
Okay.
Ms. Richardson, can I get you to scoot up a little bit
We
closer
know
to that
that-
microphone and speak up a little bit?
Yes,
He
Your Honor.
sent her postcards from jail. We know that.
Pardon?
The last question.
Near Music Row in Vanderbilt.
Are you familiar with the defendant, Richard Merritt?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you meet him?
I met him on an online dating app
And approximately when was that?
in July of 2019.
And how did he introduce himself to you? What name did he tell you was his name?
McMelvo,
Okay, can you spell that for the jury, please?
MICKMALV. I think he spelled it MALVEAUX.
Where did he tell you he was from?
He said he was from Louisiana.
Did he say what part of Louisiana?
I don't remember if he told me he was originally from New Orleans or if he just indicated that he had been living there recently.
Did he tell you what kind of work he did?
I think he said it was marketing.
And did you, before you met in person, how did you communicate with him?
We texted back and forth using the app.
Okay. And was that the online dating app that you're discussing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 73. Would you please tell the jury what this exhibit is?
This appears to be a screenshot of one of our conversations using the dating app.
And have there been any material alterations or deletions? You can flip through it if you'd like.
Not that I can tell. It looks like it's from my phone, judging from everything on top.
Do you believe that that's a screenshot that you took from your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit State's Exhibit 73.
Any objection? Admit it.
I'm going to allow the jury to read some part of this exhibit for a moment.
At least this camera guy is like trying. I know that this court is not set up for visuals, but yeah, I think so. But if you look at the thumbnail that I made for this stream, you can see him.
So what did Mick Malveaux say he was doing in the Nashville area?
He said that he was writing and that he was staying with a cousin and that he was a bartender.
Did he say how long he had been in that area?
I don't remember at this point.
And did you ever meet him in person?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that person who identified himself to you as Mick Malveaux here in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify him by what he is wearing and where he is sitting?
He's the person sitting in the center of the defense's table.
Okay. I'd ask that the record reflect that Ms. Richardson has identified the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
Approximately when did you meet him in person?
In July of that 2019.
And what did he look any different than he does now?
It's significantly different.
How?
He had long hair. He had a beard, like a full beard and fairly long hair.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 74. What is that? Is it a photograph?
This is after we had been going out for a while.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry, what is that a photograph of?
this is the person who said that they were Mick Malveaux that I dated.
And is that what he appeared like when you were dating him?
After he shaved off part of his beard, yes.
Does it fairly and accurately show what he looked like during some point of the time that you knew him?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 74.
Any objection? Admit it.
I managed a bridal
Is that
store
your
for years.
dog in the photograph?
They said more than half people meet their spouse online
Why was
now.
he holding a dog in the photograph?
I was taking care of my friend's dog that night.
What was the defendant like, just his personality wise?
He was interesting and fun to be with. He was intelligent and gregarious and outgoing and a very smooth talker.
Did you start a dating relationship with him?
Yeah, we were seeing each other fairly steadily after about 3 weeks.
He looks a lot better with a
And-
beard.
You said that he was living in Nashville with his cousin. Did you ever go to where he was living?
No, he made it sound like he was sleeping on a pull-out bed or a couch, and that it was a small apartment, and he was uncomfortable taking me over there.
Did you ever meet his alleged cousin?
No.
Did you ever meet any of his alleged family members?
No.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about his family?
Yes, or at least what he said was his family.
What did he say about his father?
He said that he was in the military, I think in the Air Force, and that he had died quite a few years before of a heart condition, I think.
Did he ever say anything about his mother?
He said that she had died a few years before, and I think he said that it was of leukemia. And he would talk about how he was an orphan.
Did he ever say anything about his relationship with his mother?
He indicated that it was a bit fraught, that she had a strong personality.
Did the defendant tell you whether he had previously been married?
He told me he had been married before.
Did he say when he had been married?
He indicated it was quite a few years before, and that it was well over and done with.
Did he say when his marriage had ended?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Did he tell you whether he had children?
He said that he had had a miscarriage with his wife, but otherwise he didn't have children.
Did he ever talk to you about nieces or nephews that he might have?
He said that he had a niece that had cerebral palsy, and that she was just great and the best person.
Okay. Did the defendant ever tell you that he had lived in the Atlanta area or in Georgia?
He had indicated that his wife was from Atlanta, so he had lived there for a while with her.
Where did the defendant tell you he went to school?
To LSU.
Okay. Did he say he graduated from LSU?
I don't know if he told me specifically or if it was assumed.
And how old did he say he was at the time?
I think he said he was 39.
Did you and the defendant ever go to any football games?
Yeah, we went to the LSU Vanderbilt game.
And can you tell me about the defendant's behavior during that game?
Um,
Your Honor, I just think this all goes toward the defendant's fraud and his behavior during the course of their relationship. They obviously went to an LSU football game because he had said that that's where he had been to school. And I think that his behavior during that game is just one more of the indications of his dishonesty.
He yelled, "Go Dogs," didn't he?
Any response?
Judge, I don't think that makes the fact of issue in this case more or less.
I sustain the objection.
Was the defendant working during the course of your relationship?
Busted.
yes,
Where?
at Betty's.
What is Betty's?
It's a dive bar.
What was he doing there? Do you know?
He was a bartender and he would do all the opening and closing jobs on the days that he worked.
And how did he pay for things? Did he use a credit card, cash? Can you describe that?
It was usually in cash.
Okay.
It looked like he was using a prepaid credit card at times.
Did he have a driver's license?
He had a paper copy of a license and told me that his was lost and he was just waiting for it to come in.
And did he have that paper license during the entirety of your relationship?
For at least part of it. And I remember asking him like a month or so in, what was going on with that? Like, why didn't he have his real license yet?
Okay. And what did he say?
Oh, something must have gotten messed up or something to that effect.
What did the defendant drive?
Lexus SUV.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 75, 76, and 77.
Yeah. If I was a fugitive, I think I would actually be hiding too instead of trying to find my
Can
next
you
girlfriend
tell
on a
the
dating app.
jury what those are photographs of?
But what do I know?
This is the car that he was driving while we were together.
Do all three of those show the car that he drove?
It looks like.
Okay. Well, do those fairly and accurately represent what the car that he drove looks like?
Hey, Strawberry Queen.
I move to admit States Exhibits 75, 76, and 77.
Any objection? Admit it.
Hey, Dodie, this is day 2. Yesterday was day 1.
What was the defendant's attitude toward this car?
He's very proud of it.
Your Honor, this is the car that the defendant stole from his mother. Again, I think that the relevance, it just goes toward the lie that he continued to
It's about a 5-hour drive,
Additionally, we go toward.
depending on what part of Atlanta you're
Go
from.
toward malice, the issue of malice.
In what way?
Your Honor, malice can be proven by the events that occurred before, during, and after the murder. And I think that his, I don't want to say it for the jury, but the way he behaved about his car shows kind of his state of mind during the time that it was in his possession, his state of mind as to how he felt about taking it on that Friday on February 1st.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step into the jury for just a moment, please. question again.
Yes. What was the attitude what was the defendant's attitude about this car?
He was very proud of it. And he seemed to use it as a way to bolster his credentials, that he was this persona that he had created. He was a successful executive who was just taking some time out to be a writer, but he was still this very high-class person and not someone who was a bartender at a beer bar.
Okay. Can I ask you to step out into the witness room for just a moment, please? Ms. Wolf River.
I think that this additionally includes an objection to speculation. The testimony that she just gave was, it seemed to, it's showing a speculation of what she believed. And additionally, just as a separate issue, I would ask that Ms. not receive objections in front of the jury.
Well, I asked her to explain her objection. There's no other way to do that before I could tell whether or not I needed to send them out. Yeah.
I wish
As
she would talk
to
in the
the
mic.
issue of speculation, I believe that Ms. Richardson was testifying as to what she observed, her perceptions of the defendant's attitude. But again, I think that the defendant during this entire time was living a false life. And this is one of the ways that he was attempting to do that. This is one of the ways that he created this Mick Malveaux character.
Well, the issue is that he's not charged with theft in this case. He's not charged with absconding. He's charged with a homicide. And the original objection was as to relevance, whether or not this is relevant to the issue that this jury has to decide. And I still don't see how this is her testimony about what he may or may not have told her about this car is relevant to the ultimate issue in the case.
Okay.
So
May I ask her if he ever said where he received the car, where he got the car?
what's she going to say?
I actually don't recall.
Okay. Well, we would need to know that before you ask her.
Okay.
So the objection is about, from what I understand, is about relevance of this line of questioning to her about the car, because the judge is saying he's not on trial for stealing his mom's car, he's on trial for murder. So the objection about this being relevant to that. It's really hard to hear the attorney who's not speaking into the microphone. So I've got my volume all the way up, and I'm trying to do this to hear what she's saying. And then all of a sudden, somebody will bump something or slam a door or whatever they do, and it about kills me. So I guess they're saying, you know, they already know he stole the car. This line of questioning is making him look bad for stealing the car, making him look like a jerk, but it has nothing to do with him murdering his mama.
That's right. Your Honor, he told Ms. Richardson that he had purchased it off a family member.
Do you want to be hard on that?
So I think it still goes towards relevance. There's not, like, for example, charge up here. So I don't think it goes towards.
I agree.
Okay.
Can you ask your investigator to bring her back in?
I could not hear that at all.
You can bring the jury in.
Hey, Betsy. Welcome. Melissa Dodson, I thought the same thing. Why is he not charged with that part? See, when they start slamming them doors or whatever they're doing, man, that kills my ears. I have my volume all the way up so I can try to hear them when they're not in the microphone. And then they go to slamming stuff and it sends shock through my whole body.
Strike what response?
The response given by Ms. Potts regarding the indication of intending to educate evidence for purpose of malice. And I believe that was.
No, that was her response to my question about how is this relevant? I will sustain the objection on the record when the jury comes back in. But I think the record needs to reflect that we had a discussion about her response to your objection. That's the way objections work.
Yeah, they need RA to run their sound. We need to send him to all courtrooms all over the place. Let him fix what they got going on.
You all may be seated. I will sustain the objection.
Did the defendant ever stay at your home?
He would spend the night there sometimes.
Did you all ever discuss moving in together?
We talked about it at some point.
And did the fact that he was staying at your house cause any issues between the two of you?
And good lighting.
It did shortly before the marshals picked him up.
And what was the issue?
He was there all the time. It was getting to the point where it wasn't just, a night here and there or a few nights during the week. He was there all the time. And I wasn't ready for that in our relationship, and he wasn't paying rent, and we hadn't talked about moving in together there.
On August 31st, 2019, Georgia played Vanderbilt in Nashville. Do you recall that weekend?
Yes, ma'am.
The relevance is that his demeanor was one of trying to stay very low key that weekend. I don't know that I should say this in front of the jury since an objection has been made, but I can explain outside their presence.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get your steps in this afternoon. I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room.
Sending them back out. Yeah, I love this judge. So far, I'm a fan. She's logical, level-headed.
Okay. Can I ask you to step into the witness room again?
Your Honor, before she does, would the court hear her answer to that question? I think it'll make sense.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, just kind of a follow-up question. So that weekend, Georgia played Vanderbilt. Were there folks from UGA in the Nashville area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the defendant's demeanor that weekend?
He was out of sorts. He whined about going into work. He didn't want to leave the house. He didn't want to get lunch. He wanted to miss his shift at the bar that night and complained about having to go in and talk to all these people.
All right, I don't have any further questions.
Oh, all right, if you can step out. thought that you mentioned before that this was around the time that he was arrested.
This was on August 31st. He was arrested on September 30th. They found his mother's car on September 26th.
Okay, all right. So I think we're getting a bit far afield with this testimony. I think, sort of leading up to this is relevant to some degree, but I think you're getting a little bit far afield with this line of questioning, because he's charged with a homicide. He's not charged with theft. He's not charged with fraud. He's not charged with absconding. So these questions have to be somehow related to whether or not he committed this homicide, because that's what the issue is for this jury to decide.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Sure.
Yes. Evidence of flight is always admissible. We believe that this goes to it's his continuing evidence of his fleeing. He did not want to be seen during that weekend, potentially by anyone from Georgia. And, when I spoke to Kelly initially about this, she's like, in retrospect, I realized he didn't want to go outside of the house because he was afraid of being seen by somebody he may know, or who may be, with UGA and recognize him.
Well, and now you're getting into her speculating about why he didn't want to go out.
Yes, and it would just be our argument to the jury.
You can make the argument. You can make reasonable inferences from the evidence is certainly allowable as far as argument goes. But now we're not only talking about something that may not be relevant. Now you're talking about her speculation about why, because she never said that she asked him why he didn't want to go for his shift, or she asked him why he didn't want to leave the house.
I'm sorry, I don't plan on asking her about what she realized in retrospect.
I understand, but your explanation of why you're asking her the questions leads to speculation. So you're eliciting speculative testimony from her, because she doesn't know why he didn't want to leave the house.
No, and the issue was that he was acting very peculiarly that weekend, and I think that would be.
That's not
Okay.
relevant, Ms. Pye.
Okay.
Is there anything else you're going to ask her? Because I don't want to keep.
I plan on asking
in
her
and out.
when and how she learned that the defendant was wanted for murder.
Okay. Was she present, or was she anywhere around when he was actually arrested?
His mother's car was found near her house in her neighborhood, parked right in front of her house. But she did not learn she just learned after he was caught from a local news site.
Okay. Any objection about any of that?
I don't know what the relevance is if she's not with him at the time of his arrest. If she's reading things on the news and she's reading on this hearsay, I don't think there's relevance to it.
Okay. Why is it relevant?
Just to
how
show
she learned.
Just to show how the relationship ended. Just to kind of put closure to her testimony.
But how is that relevant?
No, I understand. I'll ask when the relationship ended and why it ended. I'm just trying to explain the timeline to the jury. And I think that, by stopping kind of in the middle of her testimony, it kind of draws that question.
Do you have an objection to her asking, when did the relationship end?
It's not to asking when.
Okay. I think you can ask her when the relationship ended. And I think you mentioned before you were going to ask her whether she'd had any further contact with him since he was arrested.
Yes.
I think do you have an objection to that? Okay. So you can ask her that. You can ask her how did the relationship end, and whether or not she's had any further contact with him.
All right.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, not from this date.
Judge, is the question of the end of the relationship just to clarify is when the relationship ended, correct?
Yes.
Not how.
Well, I think if she says when it ended, it's pretty reasonable to think that it happened after he got arrested.
I guess to me, there's a distinction between asking when and then the timeline of how.
So here's the thing though, Ms. Wolf-Gruber. It's clear that at some point he was arrested, and the question about whether or not she's had any further contact with him, I mean, I don't think she's going to say that they continued their relationship after he was arrested. So doesn't it stand to reason that that's when it ended and that's why it ended? You don't want Ms. Pott to ask her about any issues that happened before he was arrested. So what else is the logical reason for it to have ended?
I understand that, I think that there's a question of how and whether that's incorporated or whether that's stated.
How it ended is that he was arrested.
I understand.
So you have an objection to her saying that?
Not that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Queen, did you want to say something?
I have it on another screen.
As I told you before, microphones are very sensitive, so I can hear you. So if you want to say something that we need to address before I bring the jury out, now's the time to do it.
My only fear is that if only she's gonna keep it something that it ended on this day, was the last time I saw him, how it ended, he got arrested. But Ms. Pott is sort of inferred that she's gonna say, I saw on TV, and that he got.
I've already said that's not relevant. She's not asking her about how she found out that he was suspected of this homicide.
I agree, Judge.
Right.
But it sounds like the witness has already primed her, I guess, testimony to say that I found out he got arrested, She's gonna throw in the extra. So she may need to be, I guess, informed that it ended when he got arrested. As opposed to saying it ended when he got arrested and I saw it on TV,
Okay, so you want Mr. Emmons to go outside and tell her not to say that she saw it on the internet or on TV?
Yes, Your Honor, just an abundance of caution because her answers have been a bit extended from just a simple question she's asking.
Okay. Anything else you want him to tell her?
No, Your Honor, I'm good with that.
Okay, all right, Mr. Emmons.
Yes.
That was awesome. Say, go ahead and say it. I can hear y'all. I can hear y'all on your microphones. Yeah, this, whether or not I want the jury to hear these things, she's going the legal route, making sure that everything that's in here is admissible, avoiding mistrial, avoiding appeals. She's doing a great job. They don't want her giving irrelevant information. They don't want her giving speculation. So
Good.
they're trying to keep her from giving information that they don't want the jury to hear.
Doesn't matter. You can bring the jury.
Exactly.
Okay, that's not actually.
Like she knows where she wants to get to, but she has to get there in a way that's legal and admissible. Hey, Eddie Jr., welcome back. Yes, Ritz, I love her. I think she's awesome. And I also love her because she does not have her facial expressions, and I don't either. And I didn't realize how bad I don't hide my facial expressions until I watched my videos for the first time. And I can see the way I look at some of these folks sometimes.
Y'all may be seated. Go ahead.
Ms. Richardson, thank you. When did your relationship with the defendant end?
When he was arrested.
Okay. And approximately when was that?
I think the beginning of September.
Have you seen or heard from the defendant, or seen or spoken with the defendant since?
He's sent me postcards and tried to call me.
Okay. I have nothing further.
That was it?
Good afternoon, Ms. Richardson.
That was it?
You first started talking to Richard at the end of June of 2019. Is that right?
I don't remember the specific dates. I know that we met sometimes after the 4th of July.
And that meeting after the 4th of July, that was in person?
Yeah, I met with someone calling themselves McMelbo.
And that was?
Calling themselves McMelbo.
And that was an in-person meeting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was at the Mellow Mushroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And you went on other dates after that?
Yes.
At some point, did you change your communication from the app to texting?
Yes.
And you exchanged phone numbers to do that, right?
Yes.
And you testified that he was working at a bar at the time, right?
Yes.
And that was, I think you said it was a dive bar called Betty's.
Yes.
And so you and Richard had different time schedules as far as your work. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you would work and go to school mostly during the day?
I would work during the day and into the evening.
That's a good point.
And his hours were at night,
Yes.
right? And sometimes he would come home very early morning hours in the morning, 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
And did you give him a key so that he didn't have to wake you?
Yes.
During the time that you were dating Richard, he was never aggressive towards you, right?
That's a long pause.
He was agitated and frantic at times, but he never tried to physically harm me.
And you recall meeting with detectives in Nashville, Detectives McQuilkin and Detective Weissman.
I don't remember their names offhand. I met with detectives after he was picked up.
Okay. And you told them that he was not aggressive towards you, right?
No, he never tried to be violent towards me.
Okay. He never had any reputation for physical violence, right?
I don't know what his reputation was.
When you were dating him?
Obviously,
I
she did.
don't know what his reputation was with his friends,
Okay. But he never displayed any physical violence towards you?
not towards me.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. You use the words,
Stand up here. You use the words agitated and frantic. Can you describe what you mean? Just kind of elaborate on what you would describe defendant's behavior as?
I think it was the weekend before he was arrested, and when I told him that he needed to find a place to live, at first I told him to go back to his cousins, and he said that he couldn't go back to his cousins, and that I told him I needed more space, and he became upset and was pacing, and he was pacing, not making eye contact, and would go and like hold his head in his hands and said he had no place to go and made excuses why he wasn't leaving.
Did he ever raise his voice?
Not on that occasion. He did get angry for some things that happened at work before, but not on that specific occasion.
Okay. And what was he like when he got angry?
It wasn't, there wasn't anything notable about it. It was just anger that, someone at work had not treated him the way he thought he should be treated, and just, mouthing off about it.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
Any further questions of this witness? May the witness be excused.
yes, Your Honor.
Thank you,
You
ma'am.
could tell she was so uncomfortable. She did not want to be answering those
Call
questions.
your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls U.S. Marshal Hunt, Gerard Hunt.
Sometimes those pauses
Yeah.
say more than an actual answer does, though. Especially when it comes to DV. I don't know. She may be afraid. She might be embarrassed. Like, that would be a traumatizing thing that she's gone through.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth, and nothing truth so help you God.
I do.
Will you hand the record, please state and spell your name.
Investigator Jay Hunt,
Investigator Hunt, where do you work, sir?
26 years with the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, 12 of which I've been assigned to the United States Marshal Service.
Okay. And so do you work for the U.S. Marshal Services or DeKalb County?
I work both. I'm a liaison for the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office with the U.S. Marshals.
Okay. What do you do there?
My duties range from apprehending or locating and apprehending subjects that have high violent crimes, ranging from murder all the way down to aggravated sodomy.
Okay. And how long have you done this again?
12 with the U.S. Marshals and maybe 10 with DeKalb County, I guess, somewhere around that number.
Okay. And this entire time, I'm sorry. So in 2019, were you tasked with locating the defendant here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know when you were tasked with locating this defendant?
Actually, not certain of the actual day the warrants came out, but the warrants came out, and a partner of mine who is a task force officer out of Cobb County, he and I got together when he just advised me that the suspect had a previous case out of Cobb County in reference to a civil matter. So, how about now? Can you hear me better now? So he and I got together and discussed that the warrants that were for the suspect was out of DeKalb County. I retrieved the warrants. We sat down and discussed the possible plan to trying to locate the suspect and moved on from there.
Okay. Now, the initial steps of the investigation, what was done then?
So initially, TFO Davis that I was working with, he and we conducted interviews with family members and some female associates. After conducting those interviews, the leads kind of went dry. So we kind of stayed back for a little while and just tried to continue hoping that the Crime Stopper tips that were coming in would be something that was successful.
Okay. And at some point, did a tip come in or did you get information that led you to this defendant?
Actually, yes. I received a call from one of the DeKalb County homicide detectives who advised me that the vehicle that belonged to the victim was located in Nashville.
Okay.
On that particular day, we boarded the U.S. Marshal's plane and flew up to Nashville.
Okay. Do you know what day that was?
The 27th of September 2019.
Okay. So you went from DeKalb County to Nashville, Tennessee?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you got to Nashville, Tennessee, what did you do there?
We met up with the U.S. Marshals in Nashville. That's customary. We have to be respectful for the community that we're in. So we got with those gentlemen and we actually made our way to the towing yard where the vehicle was. We got to the towing yard, discovered the vehicle, and was given permission to look through the vehicle because it was part of our investigation. Upon looking through the vehicle, we discovered a Louisiana, I think, driver's license and some other items that had associations to names that wasn't quite something that we was familiar with.
Okay. And so what's on the screen here is State's Exhibit 75. Do you recognize this vehicle?
I do.
What is this here?
That is the vehicle that was believed to belong to the victim.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit.
Definitely.
Okay. Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 76. This is the back of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
All right. And State 77 is just the other side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you guys conduct a search of the vehicle?
We did.
Okay. And there was items found inside?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
I was located a receipt from Target and some eye prescription from a eyeglass company.
Okay. Investigator, I'm gonna go through these one by one. I'm showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 79. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that here?
This is a flyer from an establishment in Nashville that we retrieved out of vehicle, and after conducting an interview here, we found out that the suspect had been to this location.
Okay. Now, is State's Exhibit 79? Is this the flyer that you recovered from the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, the State Attorney State's 79.
Any objection? Admitted.
Next, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 80. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What are those?
Receipts from Target in Nashville,
Okay. Where were those receipts located?
inside the vehicle as well.
Okay. Do those receipts appear to have been tampered with in any way?
No, they have not.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, the State Attorney State's 80.
Any objection? Admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that here?
This is the eye doctor that we conducted the interview with.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit 81, is that the card?
This is the card.
Where was the card located?
Also inside the vehicle.
Okay. And is that the same card that you located on September 27th of 2019?
It should be, yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, the State Attorney State's 81.
Any objection? Admitted.
Finally, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is driver's license with the photograph of the suspect.
Okay, and what's the name on the driver's license?
Excuse me, I'll take my glasses off. Mike Malvac.
Mick?
Yeah, Mick, I'm sorry, Mick Malvac. Can't
Okay.
see. Got my glasses on.
Is this the same identification that you recovered from the vehicle on September 27th, 2019?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state lieutenant states 82.
Any objection? Admit it.
I love this witness's voice.
All right. So,
It's like smooth.
other than these items here, was there any clothing or cash recovered in the vehicle?
In the trunk of the vehicle, there was a large tub that had clothing in it. I think a pair of shoes, and inside the shoes we located cash over $500.
Okay. All right. Now, when you got these items, after you searched the vehicle and you got these items, what was the next step in the investigation?
So we left the location and got with the officers and the U.S. Marshals in Nashville. And at that point, we didn't have anything at that particular moment that we wanted to do. So we came back to Georgia. And then on that following Monday, we made our way back and started conducting interviews at those locations. We went to the Target. I went into Target and saw video footage of the suspect entering and exiting the establishment. One of my partners spoke with the eyeglass doctor at the Walmart and was able to get information of the name and showed him a photograph. And he also confirmed that that was the subject that he was seeing for the eye appointment.
Okay. And Betty's bar, did someone go to the bar?
Yes, someone went to the Betty's Grill and spoke with the staff, and they also advised that Mr. Merritt had been there.
Okay. After you guys kind of did all that and determined that he was in the location or in that area, was surveillance set up anywhere?
So Monday, after we made our way back, I conducted surveillance with a partner of mine. We sat near the Betty's locations, and then the rest of the team was surrounding the area. And for some reason or another, we had got information that he was known to be in that area. So we just decided to stay there. And then shortly afterwards, one of the guys observed a male subject walking down the street and advised that it could be possibly our suspect.
Okay. When the male was seen, what happened next?
We allowed the male suspect to go inside. One of the other officers on the team entered the location to try to make 100% identification. Once he got inside, he determined that it was. We then decided to make the arrest inside the establishment.
Okay. Do you know what the establishment was?
I think it was a thrift store.
Thrift store?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's like back
It's
and
like
rocking.
a
and
clothing
like,
store?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were
I
you
like
one
that.
of the investigators who was present for the arrest?
I was.
Okay. And the person who you arrested, do you see him here today?
Yes, with a haircut now.
With a haircut now? Can you just point out where he's located?
He's sitting in between the black gentleman with the white beard and the female with the black glasses on. Is Mr. Merritt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that he's identified the defendant.
Record shows so reflect.
And the arrest was made of Mr. Merritt on September 30th of 2019?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Judge.
oh, please let the bully get up and try to cross-examine him. Yes. Oh, I'm so excited about this.
Doing well, yourself?
I'm doing good, man. And it's gray, not white.
It's white. That's great.
So, Marshal Hunt,
Yes, sir.
you were obviously involved in this case in 2019, correct?
Correct.
And you were telling us that you're not exactly sure of the date in which you got involved in the case?
Not when we initially got the arrest one, no.
Okay.
If I had the one in hand, I could probably tell you exactly.
I can approach Judge?
Yes.
Marshal, I'm going to show you a document, and maybe that'll help refresh your memory as to when it was in which you got involved in this case.
So it was shortly after the actual day the warrant came out. The warrant was assigned to me, and I proceeded to pass it off to the other task force officer because he had a vested interest in it.
Okay. And I guess let's delve into that a little bit. Because it looks like the warrant goes out February 2nd, 2019, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And that's, I think we've already said that's a Saturday. So were you involved on that Saturday, or was it until the next week when you got involved in the case?
possibly the next week.
Next week. And as you told us, pretty much you're working sort of interagency.
Yes, sir.
And you've been doing that for many years now.
Yes, sir.
So you work for DeKalb County, but you're sort of tasked with the U.S. Marshal's Office.
Correct.
And so you get involved in the case. We're looking at around the first week of February, around the 3rd, 4th, 5th, somewhere around there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us that basically you get information from the DeKalb homicide, other sources, to see if you can get some leads on where the suspect may be.
No, I didn't say.
So how did you, oh, sorry, you talked to Cobb County.
No. As far as me being involved,
Mm-hmm.
I got involved because the warrants were assigned to me because I work for DeKalb. The arrest warrants started out of DeKalb County. The incident occurred in DeKalb County. So the supervisor of DeKalb issued the murder warrant to me because I'm the liaison with the U.S. Marshals for DeKalb County.
How did Cobb County get involved?
Cobb County had a previous case that they were working. I'm not certain what it was, but they had a previous case that they was working.
Okay. So were you aware that he had an outstanding warrant in DeKalb County that made him a fugitive?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that he had an outstanding warrant in Cobb County that made him a fugitive?
No, I didn't. Not initially, I did not.
Okay. But over time, you're aware, and I guess it doesn't really matter. You knew that, as you said, serious cases, homicide, serious case, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said over time, I guess it grew kind of cold.
Yes, sir.
Until eventually this vehicle shows up in Nashville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
And you get word through, looks like DeKalb homicide, that the vehicle's in Nashville, and you're involved in the case. So you pursue the vehicle, and it looks like on the 27th of September, 2019, that's when you went to the parking lot and I guess the impound lot and found the vehicle.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there are some items that you located in the vehicle, the exhibits which you had before us, and this tub with some clothes, shoes, and some money.
Yes, sir.
Now, those items, the clothes, the shoes, the money, what happened to those items?
They stayed in the vehicle.
Okay. So at any point in time, were those items processed as evidence?
I believe the DeKalb County Homicide Unit did.
Okay. Now, you personally, you didn't take those in as evidence?
No, I did not, sir.
Okay. But the vehicle, it was in an impound lot. It was in a secure facility, right?
That's correct.
And to your understanding and knowledge, the DeKalb County Homicide at some point in time traveled to Nashville and took those items in evidence.
I believe so.
Okay. And obviously, given that scenario, you were not tasked with turning those items over to any type of agency for processing.
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Your focus is locating the fugitive.
Yes, sir.
And as you mentioned, you track down the lead with the vehicle, you examine the vehicle, you get some information from the vehicle, and then you return back to Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
But then within a couple of days, you go back up to Nashville.
The 30th.
The 30th. And that'd probably be like Monday or Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Of the following week.
Yes, sir.
And looks like within what period of time did you locate the suspect?
The actual 30th, around 4 o'clock, I believe.
Okay, so within a matter of hours of getting back there, doing surveillance, he was located inside this thrift store.
Yes, because we left out very early Monday morning.
Okay. And then, of course, he's located inside the thrift store and he's taken into custody.
Yes, sir.
Without incident.
Without incident.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
May the witness be excused?
Yes.
Mr. Queen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. This was your last one?
For today, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna release you a little early this afternoon. We're sharing a witness with another court in another state. So she won't be available until we come back on Tuesday. So that will be the first witness that you hear from when you come in on Tuesday. So please remember, no court on Monday. You all are free to go to work or not if you choose to. But
We won't have court on Monday, but I will ask you to be back on Tuesday at 9 a.m. And rest assured, we're still working on the same schedule that I informed you about when we were doing jury selection. We have made some really good progress, and I think we may be actually moving a little faster than we anticipated. So please remember the instruction, because you're going to be away from us a little bit longer. Not to talk about the case. Don't do any independent research about the case or any of the testimony that you've heard. At this point, please continue to keep an open mind. There's still further testimony for you to hear, and I don't want you to make your mind up about anything before you've heard all of the evidence and heard the instructions of the court, okay? So please have a nice weekend, stay safe, and see you all on Tuesday. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's see if it shows he has no reaction. Yeah, that was unexpected.
Y'all may be seated. Anything we need to address before recess? If you all will just make sure we have the newly admitted exhibits together so that we can lock those up too. Thank you. Y'all are excused till Tuesday. Have a nice weekend.
Excused till Tuesday. All right, well, that's cool. So, well, that means I could actually get some beach time in today. It's sunny out there. So there are, let's see, I just saw it, the verdict stuff for, oh, here we go, Shireen. Guilty, misdemeanor for false report of emergency, count 5 to 10. Guilty to not guilty, second degree, Orson West, mistrial, court 4 to 8. 4 of 8 guilty, 4 not guilty, conspiracy to commit, Orson West, mistrial. So, guilty of murder in the second for Trezell. Guilty of felony involuntary manslaughter. Guilty of felony willful cruelty to a child. Guilty felony cruelty to a child, Orson. Guilty misdemeanor of false report of emergency, count 5 to 10. Five to 10 guilty, 2 not guilty. I'm trying to read this. Let's see. I have okay, cruelty to child, to consumer false report emergency. Mistrial, court 4 of 8 guilty, 4 not guilty on conspiracy to commit for Orson West mistrial. So, yeah, they didn't stream it. It was just audio, so everything's just from the audio. Let's see. Yeah, no court Monday. I'm not sure why. Actually, this is the first I've heard of it. So I didn't know that they weren't doing court on Monday, which is fine with me. I will probably still do a stream on, but it won't be a full day one. I'm probably still going to do a stream on that case I was telling y'all about at lunchtime. My friend who, they're not in trial yet, but my friend who, my college roommate who her friend that she had killed her husband, buried him under the fire pit, and then told everybody that he ran away. And they roasted marshmallows on over his body in the fire pit. I'll probably do a stream about that to kind of go over some of that stuff with y'all on Monday, but it's not going to be a real long one because I got to take my time off when I can get it. And Monday will be the start of the night court throwbacks, which is cool. Let's see. I don't know. Let me find out. Let me see if I don't know that we have permission. Oh, I don't think we have permission for it. I'm checking now. All right, let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. Yes, don't forget about tonight. Tonight we have Gigi is coming on. So excited about that. Thank you to our new members today. We had some new members today too. And thank you for our gifted memberships today. We had a few of those too. I love those. I love it when people get gifted memberships. I think it's the coolest thing because people get excited to see their name in green. Speaking of which, see, Michelle, I'm green. Thank you so much. Let's see. Yeah, here we go, Suzanne. They couldn't reach a verdict on the charges of second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit as they applied to Orson. However, they can still be retried later if a body is found. Prison is here. So there we go. Jody, I'm not really sure yet. I haven't dove into that one yet too much. I only have like a little basic file on that one. I haven't dove into that one too much yet because I've been doing my deep dives on some of these other ones. Yeah, it's over today. Their next witness isn't going to be available till Tuesday, so no court on Monday. But we will start again on Tuesday. Let's see. Catching up on chat. Yes, be there tonight for Gigi. We love her. So excited. Pretty Lies and Alibis. She will be there. We're starting at 8:45, 7:45 Central. JT is looking for that audio for the West verdict, but we're not positive yet. Is Monday already Memorial Day? Is it really? What is the date? How? Oh no, Monday's the Memorial Day's the last Monday, isn't it? I don't know. I can't keep up. Oh, yeah. Okay. 29th. I was about to say, oh my gosh, my building is going to be a madhouse this weekend if that's the case. I live in a vacation spot and we get all the traffic on Memorial Weekend. Okay. So did I answer the questions? I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody because I don't like to miss y'all and I'm sorry when I do. Okay, I think I got all the questions. If I didn't, just type it again because I tried to go back and get the stuff I missed. Let's see. Trying to decide between moving to the beach or the mountains. I think I would still want to live here if I wasn't on the beach, just because there's so much to do. There's always stuff going on, and wherever you're at in PCB, it's such a small, well, even if you're in Panama City, you're still close to the beach, and I love me the beach. It's my happy place. Let's see. Yeah, they have another case they have to do with witness out of town. Today's the 19th. Isn't that sad? I don't even know it. I knew when it was my nanny's birthday, the 17th, but after that. I don't know, and I'm assuming he probably is, and I have not pulled the witness list, but I'm assuming he probably is, especially because he's been very vocal about a lot of the stuff that has gone on. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It is a lot of work, but it is a labor of love. Yeah, there was no streaming for the West. There was like really rough audio, and that was pretty much it. Is that everything? Okay, so thank you to our new members. Tonight, we have exciting stuff going on. So we have the remaining stuff that's happened in the cold case trial, the cold case babysitter trial. So we're going to listen to, and he takes the stand, and he probably shouldn't have. He did not do himself any favors. So we will hit all the high points on that tonight. We are going to go over JT has been working on this and done such a great job. He's getting it together, but I think we're going to have I know we're going to have his testimony, and I think closings and verdict, and it gets wild. So we're going to go over that stuff tonight. We also have, like I said a minute ago, we have Gigi on tonight with us from Pretty Lies and Alibis, which we're really excited about. So we get to ask her all kinds of questions. So think about any of your Lori Vallow questions or anything else that you want to ask her, and come ready to ask questions tonight. 8:45, 7:45 Central. Also tonight, we are going to do our vote of the whatever trial we're going to do for our throwback stuff. So starting next week on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for our night court show for 8:45, 7:45 Central night court show, we are going to do throwback trials. So tonight we're going to vote on the first one that we're going to do. So make sure you are there tonight for the poll, and we will figure out what we're going to do then. I'm so excited about that. It's going to be so much fun. Oh, look at there. JT. JT's here. Hey, JT. Girlfriend's testimony. JT, I would be lost without him. Oh, well, Brown Barn, at least you got to catch up. And now we have the rest of the day. Let's see. Thank you. I love my little gnome collection. I actually have a few more around my condo, but these are my little friends back here. Let's see. Chat is not disabled. It's still going. I think slow mode was on, but it's going. Let's see. There we go. Girlfriend testimony, his testimony, judge admonishment for his behavior, closings, verdicts we discuss. Putting Shireen in timeout. You're good. You're good. Everything's perfect. You're perfect. We love you. Let's see. I think that's all the questions, right? Thank y'all so much for everything. Thank you for all of your support. And how amazing was it? The only glitches I had on my fancy, beautiful new internet was during lunch break today. So look at God on that one. That was amazing. And it glitched out while there was nothing else going on. So, other than RA, RA broke it. We'll just blame Recovery Addict. He broke it. He broke my internet. But how amazing is it to finally have my good internet up and running? Let me not jinx it. I'm still scared to say anything. I'm still scared to move. Still scared to click anything. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. Distant Yay, see you tonight. 8:45, 7:45 Central. I don't know what time that is in your time zone. Set everybody. Thank you, Kathy. I will. Y'all will see me tonight sunburnt because I'm about to go out there right now with some drinks and my towel and some sunscreen this time so I don't get burnt like last time. You can still see I'm still a little bit red from getting burnt last time. The link for tonight, JT said we'll be up about 5 o'clock. So y'all look for us there, and then we'll tweet it out tonight too. So my mods are the absolute best in the whole entire world. And JT and I were literally in like texting or chatting or whatever, one of the 800 ways we talked a few minutes ago. We were talking about how amazing our mods are and how they're literally the best and we'd be lost without them. So I think that's it, y'all. I appreciate everything. Thank you so much. And I hope y'all will join in on Monday. Don't forget to go watch Recovery Addicts stream from today if you missed it, if you were in court with us today and missed it, because that's what I'm about to listen to on the beach, actually, while I'm relaxing, because I want to see Dr. G and what he says about Zachariah. So anyway, appreciate it. Y'all have a wonderful afternoon, and we will see you tonight.